Hello everybody and welcome back to lovely Prescott Hill Climb in the beautiful Cotswolds area of the UK. You join us for rounds 17 and 18 of the British Hillclimb Championship, but it's great if you're here in person, equally great if you're watching on live stream wherever you are around the world. If you're in Australia, I was going to say good night. But I hope you stay up to watch some lovely hill climbing today. The great thing about live stream is that many people who are motor racing enthusiasts have in the past maybe had no idea what speed hill climbing is all about. When I talk to people, they ask what's your hobby, I say, well, it's hill climbing. And they think it's walking up hills in muddy boots or bumping up hills in a little trials car trying to get to the top of a muddy slope. It's about speed, and here at Prescott it's particularly about speed. It's a hill, mile and a half long, and the idea is to get from the start line to the finishing line as quickly as possible. So average speeds are very high, and top speeds, well over 100 miles an hour around Orchard Corner, which we'll see pretty soon. And the British Hillclimb Championship takes place over 26 rounds throughout the year. This is round 17 and 18, so we're almost 2/3 of the way through the season, and it's a very close run thing. I'll tell you a bit later on what the current order of play is in the British Hillclimb Championship. It's also British Hillclimb Cup competition, which used to be called the Leaders competition, and people score points all through the season to win the Leaders competition if they are successful. And it also is a round of the Midlands Hillclimb Championship, which takes place here at Prescott and Cheltenham. And the great thing about the Midlands Championship is that people score points in their own class. So it's not always the fastest cars that triumph in the Midlands Championship. In fact, in many years, it's been a Mini or a small sports car or a Caterham that comes out on top in the Midlands Championship. What's happening at the moment, 10 o'clock Sunday morning, is that competitors in the British Hillclimb Championship have an opportunity, which most of them take, to have a third practice run. Yesterday, people had at least two practice runs yesterday, but in recent years, competitors in the British Hillclimb Championship have insisted on a third practice run on the day of the competition so that they are up to date with current conditions. And conditions are pretty good here at Prescott today. The sun isn't shining, but the track is dry, and we've had a few little spits and spots of rain, but nothing dramatic, so we're keeping our fingers crossed. Forecast is pretty good for a dry day, and we've got all the top people here today, of course, competing in this, and it may even be if conditions are right, that the current hill record, which stands to Sean Gould at 35.41, might be under threat. As these cars go up the hill, if you haven't watched Prescott before, I'll explain. There's the start, and cars rush up under the bridge round to the left-hand sweep of Orchard Bend. We've got a speed trap just after the bridge, and this is Ettore right-hand hairpin, which was introduced in 1959, and the cars swoop downhill, then uphill fairly steeply to pardon the left-hand hairpin, and then into the fairly notorious S's, 3S bends, final of which is called Tom Rote corner, after the great engineer, author Tom Rote, and then a semicircle and a sprint up to the finish. And there's a return road, so we don't see cars coming down the hill, unlike at Shelsley and places like that. So we'll watch John Chalmers off the line. For the three people in the world who don't know why we've got a timing beam at 64 feet, start line to 64, hang on, a few pops and bangs, start line to 64 feet in 2 seconds equals 1 g of acceleration, 1 force of gravity. And if you do the first 64 feet in under 2 seconds, you're doing really well. We've got a speed trap just after the bridge. Top cars are going through that speed trap, recording about 110, 111, but actually they're still accelerating just after the speed trap. They might well be topping 115 or so. So it's high-speed stuff. And when we see one of the current top hill climb cars, you'll see that they are immensely powerful and also extremely light. Torque 450 kilos and 600 or 700 horsepower. You can imagine the power to weight ratio, which means that from 0 to about 150 miles an hour, they are at least as quick as a current Formula One car. But they're smaller, they have more downforce, or their rules are less restricted on downforce than F1, so they're producing terrific amount of downforce at no more than about 40-50 miles an hour. So plenty of downforce glues them to the road. And Alex Summers, who's currently lying second in the championship, tells me that lateral G can be 3.5 G round Orchard, sometimes it's as much as 5G. So they certainly do nip around. Here's Paul Hames in state-of-the-art modern hill climber, GR59 built by Gould, which is the same model of car that holds the record here. But Paul's is powered by a blown 1300 Hayabusa engine, producing around 400 horsepower, so plenty of power, whereas Sean Gould, for instance, record holder, his similar chassis, GR59, has got a 4-litre Judd engine, the sort of engine that would power an LMP2 car at Le Mans. So power to weight is quite extreme, and that's why, of course, it's speed hill climbing. There's a lot of speed involved. Pete Tatham illustrating that it's not easy to get a racing car off the start line. They don't have flywheels, so it's a very narrow line between too much wheel spin and stalling the car. The great thing is that if your rear wheels don't cross the line in hill climbing, just as Pete is doing, you get a rerun. And it's very unfortunate, it happened yesterday, that one car stalled just after the line, and Tarkin, of course, I'm afraid, had to be adamant and say, sorry mate, that's your run. So Pete Tatham rounding Pardon hairpin, lots of arguments about the best route to take round Pardon. Do you sweep round the outside? Do you get as close into the left-hand side as possible? But hill climbing is a very pure sport. It demands precision, and you're really competing as much against yourself as against your fellow competitors in your class. You're trying to improve on your previous best time of day. And of course you're against the clock. In circuit racing, if you miss an apex or run a little bit wide, you can usually catch up again. In hill climbing, once a tenth of a second is gone, it's gone. You don't get it back. And so you never do the perfect run. That's part of the satisfaction of hill climbing. You're always striving to do the perfect run. Here's Terry Davis. Terry is in a Reynard Formula 3 chassis, but into which he has squeezed a 2-litre V8 engine of his own manufacture, made out of two 1-litre hill climb, motorcycle engines on a common crankcase, and Terry has made a number of these engines for various competitors in various classes. Here's Andrew Henson in a Formula 3 Dallara. Dallara tubs make very good hill climb cars with all sorts of engines in the back of them, but Andrews has a 2-litre Vauxhall, but of course it's not restricted as it would be in Formula 3. Here's another small manufacturer of racing cars, Swallow, beautifully made DR14 in the hands of Kevin Creven. So we're looking today for times in the 36, perhaps into the 35s if the weather allows. And the way the Hill Climb Championship works is that morning and afternoon we have all cars competing in their classes for their class runs, and then at lunchtime the fastest 12 who are registered for the British Hillclimb Championship take part in the top 12 runoff, of whom the top 10 score points in the championship, 10 of course for the win. And so today we'll have two runoffs, one just before lunch, one towards the end of the meeting, which makes for a great climax for the morning and the afternoon runs. And the top competitors reserve their best set of tyres for runoffs. And so usually they do a run that is slightly quicker in the runoff than in their class runs. They have to be quick enough to qualify, of course, and it's unfortunate if somebody in the class runs, who might be one of our top runners, has a bit of a spin or a bit of a moment in the class runs, means they don't qualify and they don't take part in the runoff, which is hard cheese, as they say. So we're looking at our first class runs to start pretty soon, in about 15 minutes time. We're just mopping up those competitors in the British Hillclimb Championship who have elected to take a morning practice run today. I'm Chris Druitt. I'm sharing the box today with Peter Hughes, so we'll be swapping, taking a turn and turn about, and we'll do our best to keep you informed and even possibly amused, both whether you're here listening on PA or whether you're wherever you are in the world watching us on live stream. We've got lots of family battles, and here's an example. Paul Alexander and his dad are competing in this course BC, and I'm getting tapped on the back. Hold on. So Paul heads for the finish for a 43.5. Let's see how is it Andy Coley? The Coley brothers. I was talking about internecine family battles. This has been one that's been going on for almost 20 years. It's Mark sharing this Gould GR55 with brother Andy. And they've had this car, I think, for 18 years. It's the earlier iteration of the Gould, but one of these GR55s still holds the record at the famous Cheltenham Walsh Hill Climb. And the Coley's car is powered by a V6 engine built by Cotswold for the German Touring Car Championship, DTM. And so, of course, designed for touring car races and lots of races throughout the season. So the great thing about hill climbing is that the engine doesn't need a rebuild after every meeting. In fact, I think the Cosworth V6 probably does 3 or 4 seasons between rebuilds. So Mark, 41.39, exciting run for this morning's class runs. Here's Bernard Kevill in the OMS built by Steve and Lynn Owen and their team up in Yorkshire. Have been building hill climb cars for quite a time. I think Steve has built more than 100 hill climb cars. They're getting exported all around the world. and the OMS28 is the current version. I think this one, Bernard's, is powered by a 2.8 litre PowerTech engine, V8, producing 400 or 500 horsepower to achieve a 43.04 practice run. Talking about the Owens, here's Mrs. Owen, Lynn, sharing the car, as always, with husband Steve. And this one has a 2.7 V8 RPE engine. And Steve and Lynn are getting used to the power of this V8 engine, and the times are whittling down pretty rapidly. She goes through the speed trap at Bridge at 84 miles an hour. Neat and tidy turn in at Ed Torres, and up to Pardon. And on the line we've got state-of-the-art Gould GR59 with a 4-litre Judd engine in the hands of Graham Wynne. Graham's had this car for a couple of years, didn't get much use out of it, of course, last year, but this year he's sharing it with 6-time Hill Climb champion Scott Moran, and it's working really well. Both of them enjoying it, sharing the development of the car, getting used to it, doing slight tweaks, getting faster and faster. For Scott, it's been a learning curve. He's won the championship 6 times running in his GR61 Gould, and this little GR59, much smaller and lighter, but with 4 litres of Judd power in the back, is quite a learning experience, even for the most experienced drivers, of whom Scott is extremely brilliant. Here's the car that currently lies second in the Hill Climb Championship in the hands of Alex Summers, but this is Lindsay, Alex's mum, having a go in the DJ Firestorm, built by Del Quigley at DJ, who incidentally make a large number of components for racing cycles. Their skill is in all sorts of fields, but particularly in carbon fibre. And the DJ Firestorm is extremely light, but has a Cosworth XD ex-Indianapolis engine in the back, producing. You ask Alex how much power it's got, he says, like Rolls-Royce used to, he says, enough. Enough means about 600 plus horsepower. Here's another example of what you can do in hill climbing. This is Jack Cottrell in the ex-Formula 3 Delara tub, into which DJ have squeezed a well-known Indianapolis engine that was operated in the States by the Newman Haas team and raced by Fittipaldi, Emerson's brother, in Indy. But in those days they ran on methanol and with a turbocharger, producing, well, I suppose in qualifying, about 1,000 horsepower. For hill climbing you don't need a turbocharger. Some of them have been converted to run on petrol, but this one is still using methanol, which provides a certain cooling effect as well. And if you see a car with an orange dot on the side, indicates to the marshals that it's running on methanol, because if methanol catches fire, it's an invisible flame, and the only way to put it out is to pour cold water on it, which is why if you watch Indianapolis racing, you'll see as the car leaves its pit after a tire change, the mechanics pour cold water over the back of the car in case it's on fire. Gould have been producing cars, well, they started with a little home-built car in 1988, won the championship with Chris Kramer, but then production racing cars started with the GR37. Here's an example in the hands of Terry Graves with a 3.5 litre X401 V8 in the back, and I have a feeling that brings us to the end of our morning practice runs, which means that we will be heading for our class runs. Hello from Münster en France, Tom Riediger. Now, is that in Germany or in France, or is it on the border? Münster, of course. Well, Tom will tell us. But Tom, nice of you to wake up early and watch Prescott. I hope you're enjoying it. Tell your friends. The good news, I think, is that we've got some more practice runs to come, including our champion, Wallace Mingies, James Ritchie. Good morning. Good morning all. Farming, but still managing to watch it in the tractor. Good luck all for today. Well, I hope you're ploughing a straight line, James. If it's, well, it wouldn't be ploughing, would it? It would be harvesting or mowing. He's going to put me right. Next message will be, don't you know anything about farming? Chris Montgomery, yeah, you're right, Chris. Great live camera work, much improved. Well, it's got better and better thanks to Rich Danby. More cameras up the hill. When we started live streaming in the middle of last year, when of course we couldn't have spectators, we had far fewer cameras, so we used to lose cars when they approached the S's. Now we've got cameras all the way up, and Rich Danby has done a fantastic job setting up the live streams both from Chelsea, from here, and from a number of hill climb venues. Here's a nice car. This is one of my favorite cars. This is the Chevron B19. This car is the Eggenberger team in Switzerland. It was driven in period by the great Joe Siffert, who tragically lost his life at Brands Hatch in the British Grand Prix. But Amanda and her dad, Richard, have had this car for a long time. It's always immaculate, always competitive. I asked Richard what engine, was it an FVA or an FVC? He said it's neither. It's a unique FVD, i.e. an FVC, bored out to a full 2 litres, and I think he told me Joe Siffert had about 12 of these engines, but Richard believes this is the last one remaining. So a lovely car with a unique engine. And Amanda and Richard have always a very close battle. 48.97 for Amanda. We saw Mark Coley just now in the V6 powered Gould GR55. His brother Andy, and it's a battle that's been going on for 20 years or so between the Coley brothers. They're very evenly matched. And the V6, it makes a lovely, very distinctive engine note. Hill climb enthusiasts will remember the great Tony Marsh, who was 5 times champion, hill climb champion. He had a Gould like this with the V6 engine. And that car is now in the hands of Ed Burgess, who is here with his Bugatti Type 51. So Ed will be jumping from a 1932 Bugatti into a GR55, and I think he'll need his brain reprogramming a bit. So Andy heads round semicircle, and a good time of 40.1 for Andrew Coley. What can Simon Andrews do in the OMS 28? Steve Owen's current hill climb car, 2.8 litre V8 in the back. And talk of the devil, Steve has just arrived on the line in the lemon-coloured OMS, which we saw Lynn driving just now. But in the meantime, let's focus on Simon heading round the semicircle. There's a bit of a slope on the outside of the semicircle, so it almost, you imagine it's going to feel like falling off a cliff, but actually it's a pretty gentle slope. Here's Steve Owen, 96 miles an hour through the British speed trap, which in reality is probably touching the ton just after the speed trap. Nice line through Ettores. Maybe a couple of gear changes between Ettores and Pardon, although he's got a 2.7 litre V8 RPE engine which will pull plenty of grunt from low down, so maybe not so many gear changes needed. Most modern hill climb cars of course have a pneumatic or an electronic paddle shift and traction control. 40.22 for Steve. On the line, 6 times Hill Climb champion Scott Moran. In the car that we just now saw Graham Wynne driving. Now what's 110 goes Scotty into Orchard, probably 115 or so. Sterling Moss used to describe Orchard Corner as one of his favourite corners on any racetrack in the world, and it certainly is a challenging, very high-speed left-hand sweeper. And then you've got to get on the brakes for Ettores. Now then, can Scott get into the 37s? It's not a competitive run. Yeah, 37.44. So that's a sighter for the morning competition. Here's our record holder on the line, Sean Gould, in this immaculate and sweet little GR59. It's a masterpiece of modern technology. Uses three different types of carbon fiber to create tub, depending on whether it's for impact resistance or for heat. He had a slightly oversteery moment at Orchard, managed to catch it very quick, but it will have cost him a tenth or so. Nevertheless, I reckon Sean will, like Scotty, be in the 37s. We shall see. Yeah, 37, low 37, 37.14. He's followed by Alex Summers in this amazing DJ Firestorm. We saw Lindsay in this a bit earlier. Light featherweight car with a Cotswold XD in the back. And Alex is only 5 points behind Wallace Mingus in the championship, so it's all to fight for. And I wonder if Alex is pushing it enough to get into the 36s. He doesn't need to, it's a practice run, but we shall see. He's quicker, I think, round semicircle than, yeah, 36.51. Good run by Alex Summers, excellent. And up to the line comes our current champion, Wallace Mingus, down from Scotland. We delayed the start of the championship. It was going to be in April here at Prescott, but because Scotland was closed down and Wallace couldn't escape, it wouldn't have been fair to run the first round with him absent. So in fact, the first round took place a couple of weeks later at Lowton Park, when dearly beloved Nicola had allowed her compatriots to escape Scotland. Wallace in the IndyCar engine, bored out to 3.3 litres, speed at the bridge 104, so not pushing it as hard as Alex at the moment, but will be later on. Slight overcook at Ettores. Wallace feeling out the limits. So this will probably be a mid-37s. Let's see. Yeah, he's about a second off at the moment. 37.84. Yeah, it was that little moment at Pardon that cost him a second or so. Here's an interesting car. This is Joe McCrell in the Tigger with its 1600 Peugeot engine. So not Joe and his co-competitor having fun in this, but they're not runoff candidates. In fact, I don't know if they are actually entered for the British Hillclimb Championship. So Joe, 52.59 in the Tigger. Here's Richard George. We saw Amanda in this lovely Chevron B19. I think, did Amanda do about a 48? This car has a great history in Switzerland. There's no circuit racing in Switzerland, but there's a lot of hill climbing. So Richard threads the B19 into and around the semicircle. and I think he's the last runner taking a practice run this morning, so pretty soon we will be getting the first of our class runs. In fact, our first class runner is approaching the exit to paddock, so I'm going to hand over to Peter Hughes, who'll take us through the first few classes of our Midlands Hillclimb Championship class runs. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance to cover owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. And to find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
Well, thanks very much then to Chris Druitt for opening up our coverage on live stream and here for the spectators at Prescott as well. As he said, I'm Peter Hughes and I'll be taking you through the first few classes of the Midland Hillclimb Championship as they take their first timed runs of the day. They should be out on track very shortly indeed. First car up in Class A, I'm anticipating will be David Garnett, car number 20 in the 2-litre Renault Clio. In fact, we will be having just the one practice run then before the Midland class run. I'm guessing it might well be one of the two driver cars, but we've got one more car to have a practice run, and then we'll be getting the Midland runners underway. Conditions looking pretty good on the hill today. It's a little bit overcast, but hopefully, as yesterday, we'll be spared the rain. There was some pretty heavy downfalls not too far away from here overnight, but hopefully that's moved away now, and we won't have the lottery of a mix of dry and wet runs. As Chris has already mentioned, two top 12 runoffs to look forward to today as well. One just before lunch and then one to round off the day's proceedings. So plenty of action ahead of us as we just look towards the paddock to see if we can spot the final practice run, or final car for its practice run to come up to the line. Well, it's good to see people getting in touch. If you want to contact us via Facebook, please do. Lawrence Ty saying hi all at Prescott. My wife, myself and children will be there for the VSCC weekend. Brilliant practice so far and a great watch. Keep up the great work. Well, thanks very much, Lawrence. Yeah, the VSCC weekend using the short version of the hill. That comes up in 2 weeks' time on the 7th and 8th of August. Always a great weekend. If you're listening yesterday, you will have heard Chris mentioning the fact that the car park, public car park, is nearly as big an attraction as the hill because there's some amazing cars always here for this weekend. Good evening from Lockdown Central. This comes from Lurcher 260, Melbourne, Australia. Thanks for the excellent live stream, Rich. So this looks like we have our one remaining car for a practice run, and that is car 230 on the line now. Robin Johnson in the Tiger, formerly a Formula Ford 2000 car with the slicks and wings setup, but running a 1600cc engine. not the Kent engine that Formula Ford cars traditionally ran, but not the 2-litre Pinto either. So under bridge at 71 miles an hour, Robin Johnson in the Tiger. Goes around the Torres, cleanly around there, then the run on up to Barton. Around there he goes on up towards the S's, the really challenging, or one of the really challenging parts, because there's lots of challenges for a driver on this Prescott Hill. Out of the S's, around semicircle, and then he sprint to the finish line. Under the line he goes for 48.03 second run. That's Robin Johnson, car 230 in the Tiger SF83, winning the 1600cc single-seater category. And that, I think, is the final practice run, and we will be now turning towards the timed runs for the Midland Hillclimb Championship. Whilst we have a moment, it's a good opportunity for me to say, as we always do, but we can never say it too much, huge thank you to all the marshals and officials who give up their time for the love of the sport, who work so hard to make these events so successful. Without them there would be no motorsport, and they do it purely for the love of the sport. We hugely appreciate the efforts they put in, so thanks to each and every one of the marshals here today. And it's been even more challenging in recent months or years almost now with the various restrictions imposed by the COVID pandemic. And whilst we're on the thank you topic, can I also say a big thank you to all the essential workers. Any of you who are here today spectating or on live stream, the essential workers in so many professions who have done such sterling work throughout this pandemic, and I know it's appreciated hugely by everybody. So big thank you to everyone who's done that, and our thoughts also with everyone who has been affected by COVID in the last 18 months or so. So we're just waiting for the go-ahead from race control to start the timed runs. One or two of the marshals just, as you can see on the hill, just checking for any foreign bodies, any spots of oil that have been dropped or anything else. They're going back to their posts now, and the time run's about to get underway. As I say, we start with Class A for the saloon cars in the Midland Hillclimb Championship, sponsored by BMTR Motorsport tyres. And it will be car number 20 then, David Garner in the Renault Clio, the 2-litre machine, who will kick things off for us. Our first competitive run of the day about to come up here at Prescott. You can see the car there on the pre-start line to give him an opportunity to, in his case, warm the front tyres up, front-wheel drive car, of course, the Clio. And he will be called up to the line by the marshals any moment now. Just closing up the windows on the Clio and all set. A little bit of tyre warming, as I say, onto the line. The marshals will now line the car up perfectly, so it's exactly the right position for the timing gear. Of course, if you already through the beam, that's no good, but if you short of the beam, then it enables the car to get just a little bit of a flying start, and when we're timing the cars to hundredths of a second, we don't want that. Away goes the Clio then of David Garnett. Car number 20, 2.73 seconds then for that 64-foot margin, which Chris Stewart is explaining. If you can do that in 2 seconds, then you're developing 1 G of accelerated force. It's something to look for with the single-seaters, of course, not with the saloon cars. into Pardon then goes the Clio. So we'll shortly have a benchmark for the saloon cars. What's the time that David will lay down for everyone else to try and better. He's in the S's, through the S's and on up to semicircle. Clio then coming around semicircle up to the line, and our first time of the day, 54.29 seconds for David Garnett. Of course now then David Wilson, car number 21 in the 1.9 litre Peugeot 205. David a little bit faster on the opening section than the Clio. 205 is rapidly turning into a very popular classic car. And he comes around semicircle, and his time is a 50.76. In the Mazda Roadster, the 1884cc car, 22 Robin Holden. He comes around Pardon now. The Mazda is the MX-5, the car, or depending where you are, the Miata or the Unos. But a car which has really sort of maintained the two-seater small sports car tradition that was established by companies like MG and Triumph here in Britain originally. And also by another company called Lotus, and there's an Exige on course now. That's Simon Curtin, as Robin Holden records a 52.92 in the Mazda. Simon Curtin in the 1800cc Lotus Exige. Mid-engined Lotus. And he goes around semicircle as James Kerr comes under the bridge in the Peugeot 205, a 2-litre version, a little bit balled out then, this 205 of James Kerr. So many of these cars are driven to and from the hill climbs, as you can see by the registration plates still on the cars. And James with a good looking run so far, a little bit wide there in the S's, just clipping the curbs, and then wide on the exit, the last part of the S's as well. Will that have cost him time, he wonders. We see Dave Warner in another Renault Clio, this one the 197, the Clio 197, the special edition performance version that was produced. 49.70 seconds for James Kerr, then a good time in the Peugeot 205. But now we focus on Dave Warner in that 2-litre Clio. He is out of Pardon and on into the S's. Through the S's he goes then in the small French saloon, a little bit wide again on the exit there. As we see the second of our Mazda MX-5s this morning, 26 Sebastian Cartwright. This one a 1600 version. Mazda of course produced a 1600, they produced an 1800, and they produced a 2-litre MX-5 over the years. This one, as I say, 1600cc, the car of Sebastian Cartwright. Now through the S's under the watchful eye of the marshals. And up towards the finish line then goes the MX-5 as we see the Lotus Elise of Tony Adams, car number 27, 1.8 Lotus Elise. And the time for Sebastian Cartwright in the MX-5, 59.41 seconds. The Elise on its way as we see the Honda S2000 of Michael Thompson, car 259, another Japanese sports car, of course not quite so plentiful on the roads as the MX-5, but a beautiful car, the S2000, really popular machine once again. And then we pick up the Renault Clio 182 of Ian Richards, car 720, as he heads up to Torres. We wait for time for Michael Thompson in the Honda. 49.04 then the time for the S2000. As around Pardon goes Ian Richards in that Renault Clio. And up to the S's. As Chris already mentioned, the good thing about this Midland Hillclimb Championship is the fact that you're awarded points to determine your overall position in the championship by virtue of your performance within the class, rather than outright speed. And it's a 53.17 for Ian Richards. A little bit of a gap as we wait for the next car to come up to the line. We may be moving on to Class 2 in just a moment for the larger sports cars. GTA Fast sends a message. Morning all, great to visit yesterday, wish I was there today. Well, I hope you had a good day, it certainly sounds like it. Thanks for coming and joining us yesterday. We hope we'll see you again very soon. Morning from Tewkesbury, great coverage as usual. Granddaughter's first birthday party today, so we'll have to sneak peek the tablet. Have a great day. Well, many happy returns to granddaughter, and enjoy your day celebrating a very special birthday. Well done to Gemma Price and the team at Prescott. The venue is looking in fine fettle. Gemma, the manager here at Prescott, and her team all been working very, very hard to get the course ready and done a great job. That's from Dave Wickham. Greetings from Guernsey. Have a great day, everyone. Hope to make it over next year. John Dunn with that message. We'd love to see you here next year. Hope you're having fun there in Guernsey and enjoying the coverage. Out now comes, I think, a two-driver car rounding off our Class 1 competitors. It's John Maycock in the Mazda MX-5. This one, an 1800 machine, as we've already seen it, of course, once in the hands of, I think, Robin Holden. And away then goes the Mazda MX-5. Very respectable time under the bridge, speed of 68 miles an hour. This Japanese sports car. Up towards Pardon, the left-hand hairpin. As he goes up to the S's, you see the first of the larger sports cars, car 30, Simon Tarling, running in Class 2 in the Midland Championship, the 996 version of the Porsche 911, a GT3 machine, 3.6 litres. Behind the driver, of course, hanging out the back axle in the Porsche, but really not the, I'm sure the physicists would tell you it's not the perfect setup for a car, but it does seem to work rather well for Porsche. The line goes the second Porsche, it's another 997, so slightly later version. Robert Lancaster Gay, car number 31, the white machine. 50.05 for Simon Tarling then in the 996. Around the Torres goes Robert Lancaster Gay. Very similar time and speed on the opening section of the hill to the previous Porsche. Can he pick up any time higher up the hill? We'll find out in just a moment. Around, semicircle up to the finish line on the time is a 48.53, so quicker time there for Robert, as we see the beautiful looking Alfa Romeo 4C of Rodney Isles, car number 32, with the very appropriate registration plate on the back as well. He goes around Pard. Really do like the look of these 4Cs. These Alfa Romeos, lovely looking car in my personal opinion. He comes comes around semicircle onto the line, and what will his time be? It's a 47.2, so quicker again, whilst we switch to Richard York in the 997 GT3 Porsche. 3.8 litre once again. Over a million 911 has been produced by Porsche over the years, but it's over a long, long period of time, of course. Probably best part of 60 years now, I think they've been building 911s, and they've changed an awful lot in that time. Only the basic profile and the layout with the rear engine staying the same. The biggest change, perhaps one of the biggest changes, was switching from air-cooled to water-cooled engine. The 53.35 for Richard York. David Meek is in the turbocharged Vauxhall VX220. Really rare car on the road. I don't think Vauxhall ever sold a great deal of these. Whether people felt that sports cars, high-performance cars, shouldn't have a Vauxhall badge on them, I'm not sure. But it's a very nice machine, and David Meek putting his to good use here at Prescott. He comes around the final corner under the finish banner for 50.56. David Meek now 50.56 on the line now. It's another 911, another 3.6 litre one once again. Peter Herbert, car number 36, the left-hand drive 911, sitting on the line waiting for the OK. Just getting the thumbs up from the marshals. And the revs rise. Big engine note of the 911. And away he goes. Then car number 36, Peter Herbert on the hill, under the bridge, at 68 miles an hour. And round the left-hander that brings him up to the first of the hairpins at Torres. Left-hand hairpin at Pardon. Well planted as it goes around that left-hander, and then on into the S's. It's up to the final part of those S's. Run up to semicircle. Marginally wide perhaps on the exit, that last part of the S's, but around semicircle comes Peter Herbert up to the line, and the time 51.73. Another Porsche on the hill now, but this one a Porsche Cayman with a 3.4 litre engine. This is the car of Phil James from Pontypool in South Wales. Phil, a long-time rally competitor, has now turned his hand to hill climbing. Was running a John Cooper Works Mini, has now switched to the Porsche. Has already, I believe, picked up a class win here at Prescott this season. And that number 37 car, and back to the more traditional, should we say, Porsche, and quite an early one, this 911 Carrera 3.3 of Ross McDonald, car number 38. 51.94 seconds the time for Phil James in the Cayman. Ross McDonald then, as I say, in one of the air-cooled 911s, the earlier machine. He's making his way through the S's. If we go back to the saloons, the two-driver car 721 is Robert Wilson in the 1.9 litre Peugeot 205. Good speed under the bridge there for that saloon car. This is looking like a good run for Robert Wilson. Let's see what he can record. Comes round to the finish line to set a 49.86. Switch to the four-wheel drive Subaru Impreza, the 2 litre machine of Dave Nixon, car number 40. The Imprezas more recently have increased capacity. They were 2.5 litre machines, or were 2.5 litre machines. This one, the early one's a 2 litre. The car that really made its name in rallying through some great British drivers such as Colin McRae and Richard Burns, both had huge success in the Impreza, which goes over the line and does a 52.92. We then see a more standard looking car, a later one, this is a 2.1 litre car, number 41, Justin Andrews, in his Impreza. He goes through the S's. Coming under the bridge now, the Caterham Supersport 1600 of Bruce Bosley, car number 50. Caterham, of course, based on the original Lotus 7. A number of sports car manufacturers have used the design of the Lotus 7 since that Colin Chapman design car appeared, and Caterham perhaps the most successful, certainly the most prolific producers of the 7s. With a huge variety of different engines under the bonnet. This one with a 1600cc engine in it. The yellow Caterham then, number 51 of Peter Lethbridge, as Bruce Bosley records a 55.58. Peter in a 1700cc Caterham then, his way up the hill. Very little roll, very little lean, and a little bit wide out of that last part of the S's though. And his time as he goes over the line, it's a good one, it's 51.36 then for Peter Lethbridge. Another iteration of the basic 7 is the Westfield, and this is a 2 litre Westfield SEI, Timothy Higgins, car number 53. And he goes through the S's now. So around semicircle over the line for 49.56, a good time there for Timothy Higgins. Martin Rutter in what I always think is a very, very pretty sports car, the Fiat X19. I don't see that many of them about these days, but this one 1398cc, if I remember rightly, they produced the early ones of the 1300s and then later on it became a 1500 capacity machine. But this one 1398, so presumably being tweaked a little bit, and the car looking very nice in its what were the traditional blue and yellow colours that many of the Fiat rally cars, particularly the 131s, appeared in. 56.06 for Martin Rutter. And we see the Ginetta G15 of Andrew Russell Ginetta, who began by producing Hillman Imp engined sports cars. These days produce a variety of machines and have some one-make racing championships for different models, including one for aspiring young drivers. Hanging the tail up slightly there as he came out of the S's. Left-hander. Right-hander even, over the line with a 51.49. As we switch to Phil Tucker in the 1.4 litre Vauxhall Nova. Family hatchback originally, but there's some way removed from the original or the standard hatchback Vauxhall car of Phil Tucker. The car, man after my own heart, Eric Murray, number 63 in the Hillman Imp. 998cc Imps were either 875 or some of the sporting models were 998, as this one is. When I was a youngster, you were either a Mini fan or an Imp fan, and I got the imp out for some reason, but I've never really been able to shake it off. But Eric Murray then in car number 63 goes up the hill as we see another newer hatchback, Gavin Neat, car number 64, Peugeot 106, 1400 or 1360cc to be precise, 48.76 seconds the time for the imp of Eric Murray. And around the S's and really throwing the car around as it goes through there. Gavin Neat in that Peugeot 106. And he comes through semicircle up to the finish line. His time 48.13, a good time there for Gavin Neat. As we see the beautiful Aston Martin Vantage 4.3 litre machine of Andy Fraser, car number 70. This car built specifically for hill climbing. It's based on the ProDrive GT4 machine, which they managed to shave 300 kilograms off the road going car. Andy has managed to lose another 100 kilograms off this car to make it a really mean competitive hill climbing machine. And Andy then going up through the S's and up to the line. What's the time he does? It's a 49.18 then for the Aston Martin Vantage. Now we have a Porsche 997. This is one of the Cup cars built for racing, 3.6 litre car number 71 of Peter Turnbull. And he now comes into that tricky left-hander. A number of people running wide there on the exit of that corner, but he gets a nice line through there. Again, we go back in years a little bit for the RSR Porsche, Paul Howells, number 73, in the 3.8 litre RSR. Time for Peter Turnbull, 47.17. So this is an earlier Porsche, one of the air-cooled machines. The RSR was pretty much a competition special, really, that Porsche built. Stoked on the so sorry for that brief break, but yeah, they gave up a lot of the creature comforts in order to make them competitive in the RSR. Now we've got a more standard machine, a 911 3-litre version of Richard Jones. On that registration plate from 1973, this machine, so very nearly 50 years old now, but still being put to very, very good use indeed on the hills here. And Richard then going up, we see the Subaru Impreza. This one a 2.5 litre version. I mentioned earlier they started off life as 2 litre machines, but the later ones becoming 2.5 litre, the flat 4 engine under the bonnet. Number 80 is Jeff Twemlow, a 50.04 by the way for the 911. So Jeff in that 4-wheel drive Subaru Impreza comes on up the hill. And continues out of the S's. Under the bridge comes the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Even more, number 82. That's a little bit biased. I used to have an Evo 6. It was a Tommy Mackinnon special, and they really are pretty impressive cars. 58.15 the time down for Jeff Twemlow in the Impreza. Steve Moretz in the Evo 6. Very much a homologation special, really built to base the rally car, the real rally car, on the Evo 6. And he comes up to the finish line to record a very impressive 45.38 second.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance to cover owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard, plus You can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. And to find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
So we get ready for the next class, Class D, the more sports car action about to come up. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the streams that you're watching, if you are watching on live streaming, and then you will get to see more motorsport action, more hill climb action as well in the coming weeks. So whether you're streaming via the Facebook page or on YouTube, just like the stream that you're watching. So just a little bit of a lull at the moment. We will wait to see the sports cars coming out. We will then, from sports cars, we'll be moving on to single-seaters, and then it will be the timed runoffs, of course. Sorry, the runoff, the top 12 runoff. In the meantime, we will take a quick video interview with one of our front runners in the British Hillclimb Championship. That's Wallace Menzies.
Wallace leading the championship at the moment, but Alex is creeping up, isn't he?
I think leading it's probably an overstatement. I might be technically right, but yeah, there's nothing in it. Alex is there all the way. It's very good.
How did Barban and the Yorkshire rounds go?
Yeah, Barban here were good. It was easy peasy. You know, we came up a point ahead, but again, nothing in it. Alex was quicker overall and very quick at Barban here. Unfortunately, with the weather, it was going quite well, but these are, you know, it's fair for everybody. It was the right call to make, so keeps it ticking over for a while, but we're not halfway yet, are we?
No, we are back at Prescott, and Sean's record might be at risk.
You need to ask Alex that. I'm sure between him and Alex he'll place away. I'll stare at that one. I don't know.
Let's talk engines, because we've talked Gould, and but the engine in the back of this car is it an NME?
No, it's just straight from Cotswold themselves. It's an XD, and Cotswold have done the work to.
Which was built for Indy?
Yeah, it was IndyCar, kind of Nigel Mansell. It's the same as Alex's, but we've bored and stroked from 2.65 out to 3.3, and all done with the help of Cosworth and their kind of.
Of course, Indy would have been on methanol and turbocharged.
Yeah, at 2.65 it was. I think it was over 1,000 braking qualifying, which we haven't got the ability to deal with, and wouldn't thank you for. I don't think
we've got enough power, but I guess the important thing in hill climbing is for the power to come in low down.
It's the most revvy. I mean, it revs to 14,000. If you get the gearing right, yeah, you've got a chase engine on. It's not a torquey engine, but.
Where does the power come in? About 6?
No, we had 9.5.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. So kind of, but most of the time the gearing, you're up there. You're more than 9.5 and less than 13.5 for most of it.
Sure. Does that make it difficult to get off the line?
It's not the easiest, but again, launch control does 99% of the work, and the rest of it is just that 1% is for me to get it wrong. I think that's the difference.
Well, I guess on a wet start line, that's not easy at all.
No, it's probably not very kind to the clutch, is generally how we're working with it. But we can again adjust the launch control for the conditions, and we're constantly playing with it, and that gets us off the line and into the traction.
And how many gears in the box?
6.
And paddle shift, obviously.
Yeah, flat shift all the way. So once we're off the line, there's no clutch.
Sure.
until we finish again. So.
And so much downforce that the brakes must be incredibly effective.
Yeah, once the first corner's out of the way, they're always sluggish for the first corner of the weekend until they clean up. But no, the car stops. And
They're not carbon fibre discs, are they?
Not discs, no. No, they would take too long to heat up. We're reliably informed by somebody far more intelligent and knowledgeable.
It's going to be a fantastic weekend. Let's pray that it stays dry.
Well, I'm okay if it's wet. I'd be quite happy if it's wet, thanks. We're okay with either.
Okay. Well, best of luck anyway.
Thank you very much.
Thanks indeed, Wallace.
Good day, bye-bye.
So, British Championship leader Wallace Menzies there talking to Chris Stewart a little earlier. Meanwhile, we've got the second driver, Tim Painter, car 770 in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 on the hill now. 77 miles an hour under the bridge, which is fairly rapid for a sports car. We will see three figures from some of the single-seaters a little bit later on, but a quick run nevertheless for the Aston Martin. And much more diminutive sports car behind is the Westfield SE 2-litre number 90 of Phil Fisher. Goes around Pardon now. So Phil then coming out of the S's in the Westfield and under the bridge in the Caterham 7 2.1 litre machine, Raymond Law number 91, as Phil Fisher does a 49.05 second run. Really pushing on there through Torres, the hairpin, right hand hairpin, in now to Barden. Bit of opposite lock there coming out of that hairpin. It cost him a little bit of time, in fact. And up through the S's goes the, and again a little bit of correction needed as he comes out the last part of the S's in the Caterham, and then up to the line for a time of 47.35 seconds. So a good time nevertheless for Raymond Law. Richard Price also in a Caterham, but a smaller engine version. This is 1441cc car, but still getting up to 81 miles an hour under the bridge as he goes now around to Pardon. Of these sevens, whether they're Caterhams, Westfields or whatever, in hill climbing, and a number of them here today. Richard Price's time going to be 42.59 seconds, and for Richard Price, as we see the Suzuki Hayabusa motorbike engined Caterham of Phil Goff, car number 93. Slightly neater line around there. Is it quicker is the question, of course. So the S's, then comes this lime green Caterham of Phil Goff. And about to go over the finish line to record a time 47.04 for Phil. Another Phil now, Philip Cook, number 95 at the Caterham Superlight 1585cc machine. So he managed to wind up to 80 miles an hour to go under the bridge and pushing on really hard there through the S's. Stephen Garner is in the Westfield, a 2.1 litre Westfield, the SEIW. Car number 96, 44.89 was the time for Phil Cook in this Caterham Superlight. As we continue to watch Steve Garner in his Westfield coming up through the S's. '97, another Hayabusa powered Caterham, but this one is 1600cc Hayabusa engine in the car of Andrew Griffiths, and I think Andrew has a problem. He's ground into a halt by the looks of it on the run from Ettores to Pardon, and has come to a halt there, unfortunately, on the hill. The red flags are inevitably out. but just some sort of mechanical problem. I don't know whether he just lost power altogether there, but comes to a halt. Marshall already with him and chatting to him. So whilst the marshals sort this out, good opportunity for me to hand back once again to Chris Druitt.
While we've got a bit of a pause, I've got a greeting to Christine in Milan. Hello, Christine. And Christine's sister, Linda, is getting married to James next week. So Christine is coming back to the UK for the first time in 18 months. So Christine, I hope that all works out well, and I'm sure the wedding will be terrific. So red flag is in. Alberto Fernando Crinca, hello from Curitiba in Brazil. Well, we've hit South America, that's fantastic. Bom dia, Alberto. Watching from Wales, foreign parts. We need more escorts, hopefully be back next year. That's Mim Toolbox. Peter Cocanis. Peter, we'll see you soon, I hope, at Prescott. Simon Jenks, 87 under the bridge in his Caterham Super Sport. Takes a nice late apex at Torres. A couple of gear changes and then into Pardon with a touch of oversteer as the power goes down. Simon using all the road at S's up to semicircle, and again a touch of oversteer as the power came down out of semicircle, but nevertheless it's a 43.49. Here's Ash Mason, who used to look after all Bentley's classic racing cars, including the Le Mans cars, and demonstrate them at places like Goodwood. He's retired, spends a lot of time having fun and walking, but also is very competitive in this Westfield with its Hayabusa engine. Developed nicely, 41.3 for Ash. He's followed by Ben Fisher in a car-engined Westfield 2-litre. So Ben heading for semicircle. .49.29, just under the 50 mark. Here's Joy Hoyle, sharing this car this year. Joy, highly experienced Caterham competitor, very quick lady. I think Ash currently is, by some margin, quickest in this class with his 41.3. What can Joy do? Well, it's going to be in the late 40s. She's followed by Tom Price. It's a 51.16 for Joy. What can Tom Price do? Bike engined Caterham. Slides it through the S's nicely. Is this going to... oh, and a nice rally-style circuit of the semicircle just behind Ash with the 42.04. So it's quite a battle. Change from Caterhams and Westfields. This is Martin Watts, Silver Riot, rear-engined with a 1-litre bike engine behind him. Silver made all sorts of kit cars, front engine rear engine, four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive. This, of course, two-wheel drive with a mid-engine. It's got a Yamaha engine. So we'll set up a fairly competitive time in the 46s, 45.93. This is an interesting car. This is the RM Lakota of Mark Puddle, which has got a Hayabusa engine, raced in Scotland in a Scottish series. And Mark has had it and done a lot of work on it. Rather similar to the Silver that we saw preceding this car. Neat little rear-engined sports racing car. Good fun. Now here's a nice car. This is Graham Lokes' Lola T492, built for Sports 2000 racing, but now and for many years sporting a flat 6 3.2 litre Porsche engine. And Graham has had a lot of success in this car. I'm not sure where all the Sports 2000 cars have gone. Maybe there's still a series for them on the circuits. Lola heads for the finish and records a 47.69. Here's Alan McDonald in this Morris Mini, which isn't a Morris Mini. It's a space frame with a Mitsubishi Evo engine and a very, very lightweight body. So one hinge, I think, is X Mini, but it's called a Morris Mini Evo. It's rapid, and Alan has a lot of fun with it. Had to do a bit of a rebuild here. I think he had a slight sideways accident on a previous hill climb, but it's looking fine now. You wouldn't call it Concours condition, but it's quick. Demonstrated by a 44.51. Now we're into single-seater racing cars, 600cc, kicked off by Robert Capper in the Jedi. Jedi made a lot of 600cc race cars. They had a series on the circuits with the Yamaha engine. Nice, neat little car. It's good to have a few more of the 600cc cars here, so that they can have their own class, whereas previously they've been lumped together with the 1100 class, which isn't really fair on them. Chris Howard Harris, though, has got another OMS Hornet, again with the Yamaha engine. Featherweight and very narrow chassis. You have to squeeze yourself in. Time for Robert Capper, 46.06. What can Chris Howard Harris do? He's followed by Robert Penrose, father and son combo, in their 1 litre OMS. One of the early carbon fibre tubs for OMS. This is Robert, who is the younger of the two. Bob, we'll see later on, he's dad. So Robert finishes with a 47.64. Here's the Greenan brothers. They are quick in this Empire Evo. This is a very, very quick car and two extremely good drivers. Can get into the runoff, have done in the past. This is Adam. We'll see Andy in this car a bit later on. 97 miles an hour under the bridge, which is very quick for a 1 litre car. 38. That's a quick time. That's qualifying time, I'm sure. 38.41 for Adam is terrific. Here's Father Summers, Richard Summers, dad. Is the dad in the DJ Far Hawk. Mum is in the Firestorm, sharing with son Alex. DJ Firehawk, another Dale Quigley design. Beautifully manufactured. The quality of the construction of these hill climb cars is up to F1 standards. They are beautifully made. Richard finishes a good time of 40.87. What can Steve Marr do? The PCD Saxon. Prototype car designs. This will be in the early 40s, I think, for Steve. Good speed at bridge, 95. Yeah, 40.24, that's a great time for Steve Marr in the PCD Saxon. What can James Moore do in the Empire? The Empire's 00, which I think preceded the Empire Evo. Someone will put me right. And then, of course, there's the Empire Wraith with its beautifully aerodynamic body. You can get your Empire race car either with a space frame or with a carbon fibre tub. And James heads for the finish. It'll be another good time of 42.79. Here's Mark Schlanker, Suzuki power. So 1 litre Suzuki in the Force HC. So Mark safely round semicircle and over the line in a 43.16. Here's an interesting car. This is the Image. Started life donkeys years ago as a Formula Ford car, and Keith Weeks has very much modified it. Shoved a 1 litre, what engines it got? I think it's another Suzuki, but it's an elderly Formula Ford, really brought up to date, and achieves a good time of 43.75. David Tatham is always quick. An oversteering moment at Orchard will have cost him a 10th or 2, I guess. He seems to be suffering from a long oversteer. How is it out of the Torres? It's okay. We'll watch him closely at semicircle. Might have to spend a bit of time dialing that oversteer out. Yeah, a touch of it again at semicircle. At S's, I mean. But okay round semicircle. It's still a good time, 41.18. But I think he probably would expect to be a bit quicker than that. Now, we've got a pause. We haven't got a red flag, we're just waiting for customers to come to the line. New class record for Ash, well done. Yeah, we didn't notice that at the time. Thanks, Dave, for pointing that out. Peter Bugea, what great coverage and professional organisation. Well, you're right, it is. Watching from Malta, hoping Zach, our friend Zach Zavitt will do. He will. Thanks for the message, Pete. Hope things are okay in Malta. And I hope Zach can escape. Chris Wells, greetings from a rainy Isle of Wight. Well, we don't want it today, Chris. Great coverage, thank you. Live streaming has really revolutionized hill climbing. Lots of people who had no idea what it was all about now have, of course. Here's Bob Penrose, father of Robert, who we saw previously in the carbon fibre OMS, carbon fibre tubbed OMS. .46 off the line and 85-ish, 70s round into Orchard. Early apex at Torres, middle of the road up to Pardon. Couple of gear changes between Torres and Pardon. Hugging the inside curb at Pardon. I reckon this will be in the late 40s for Bob. But a nice steady line through the S's. And no dramas at all to record a 46.47. Here's Andy Greenan. We saw brother Adam getting up in a 38.41, so this is a real sibling battle. 99 through the trap. This will be a quick run. Can he beat his brother's 38? Second run, it was a 38.41. Going nicely so far. Storms into S's. Using every available inch and a touch more out of the S's. Let's have a look at semicircle. Hugging the inside curve at semicircle. And it's a 38.58, a tenth slower than brother Adam. Brilliant run, the pair of them. Is Debbie Dunbar in the DJ Firehawk, which we saw Richard Summers driving just now. Will she be tactless enough to be quicker than her future father-in-law? I think she's determined to be. We've got some very fast women on the hills. And I think our ladies' record here could well be in danger of being broken. Debbie, 40, great run, 40.22 and 96 under the bridge. That was a great climb, Debbie Dunbar, well done. Here's Richard Weaver, who's lying third at the moment in the Midlands Hillclimb Championship, sharing this Formula Ford Van Diemen with son Tom, who I think is in his second year of hill climbing. Richard has swapped the flatbed truck at Shelsley for the Van Diemen Formula Ford, so slightly smaller and slightly quicker. No dramas at the S's. Can Richard get it under the 50-second mark? Doing his utmost, not quite, 50.4. Followed by Les Buck, who's had this spring at Mistral for about 5 years. I mistakenly said Mr. Pringle and Mr. Corbett only made 14 of these. They actually made 17. And Les knows of one in the UK and I think one in Germany. There aren't many left. We were really designed for the racing schools, so easily adjustable steering column and seats. Les finishes with a 50.2. Jeremy Jones in a Swift Formula Ford. Swift made a number of cars for Formula Ford, Formula Ford 2000 and even into Formula 3 and then disappeared. But in the period they were very competitive. Nice little cars. What can Jeremy do in his? I think he's a relative newcomer to Prescott. He's followed by Nicky Cottrell in the Lotus 61. Lotus's final production racing car. Followed the famous Lotus 51 into Formula Ford, and then Lotus decided to not mass produce, if you like, racing cars, but to concentrate on road cars. And anyone who's seen the new Emira, which was launched at Goodwood Festival of Speed a couple of weeks ago, is just in love with it. It is the most beautiful car, and the price point, the planned price point for it, pitches it right in the middle of Porsche Box to Porsche Cayman territory. So I think it'll be a huge success for Lotus under their new Geely owners, who are investing a lot of money. First time probably ever Lotus have had good development money. Here's Richard Walker, who's shown with Robert Capper in the Mark IV Jedi, back to the 600cc class. So we're gradually getting to bigger racing cars, and I'm going to hand back to Peter for the growing engine capacity of racing cars. And we've got a GR59 on the line, which is either Adam or David Warburton. It's Alan, father of the father and son combo. I'm going to quickly hand over to Peter.
So Alan Warburton makes his way up the hill then in the Gould GR59 1600cc machine. Gould car so successful in hill climbing in recent years, built up in Berkshire. Alan managed to get it into 3 figures as he came under the bridge, 100 miles an hour exactly for the Gould. Around semicircle to the finish line at a 38.99 second run for Alan Warburton, 710, as Liam Cooper, 160, gets off the line in his Force TA 1600cc machine. A little bit slower under the bridge, 91 miles an hour underneath the bridge for the fourth. Very tight line around Ettores. Up a little bit twitchy out of Pardon there. Around the S's then. And up to the line then comes Liam Cooper for a time of 42.47 seconds as we see Caroline Ryder in the Empire Wraith. 861, 92 miles an hour under the bridge. Conditions this morning for the single seaters on the hill, nice and dry, not too hot. And Caroline getting it all a bit wrong and out there onto the grass, but back onto the black stuff. She came out of the S's. That will inevitably have cost her time, of course, and the time is a 42.99. Another Empire Wraith comes under the bridge now. This is the one of Charles Hall, car 862. 1 mile an hour quicker under the bridge, in fact, than Caroline. 93 miles an hour for Charles. And around Pardon in the orange machine, 1600cc, this car. A bit cleaner through the S's as well than Caroline was, so what time can Charles registers? He goes on the finish line, 38.24 seconds. Now it's Jason Tunnicliffe, car 164 in the Empire Evo 2 1558cc machine, 98 miles an hour. Closer to that magic 100 mile an hour mark under the bridge. A little bit wide perhaps on the exit of Ettores there. Pardon. Very competitive class, the 1600 class in fact. Jason pushing hard as he goes up through the S's and towards the line then goes Jason Tunnicliffe, 38.66 seconds. Meanwhile Darren Gumby in the Force TA 1600 machine, 99 miles an hour and the bridge, so just slightly quicker again. Line there through the S's for the Force TA. He comes up to the line, and this one is a 38.97 then for car 165. Darren Gumley on the line, 166 is Neil Coles in the OMS 28, and 1585 cc. Under the bridge at 78 miles an hour in the OMS. Twitchy there out of Vitores. Sparks fly as it bottoms out a little bit on the run up to Pardon. The S is the red OMS then of Neil Coles. And again a little bit of 2 bites there at the last part of the S's. And he comes up to line and it will be a 42.44 second run then for Neil Coles. Welshman Einan Price then sat on the line now, car 167, again a Force TA, 1585cc, away he goes. 2.13 seconds and 98 miles an hour under the bridge. Einan, hugely experienced at hill climbing, regular top 12 runoff contender. The S's in the force. Can he get under the 40 seconds? Yes, 38.04 then for Einan Price, car 167. As we see Tom Weaver in the Formula Ford car, the Van Diemen RF91. 5.0. Again, this is competitive grouping. These are a number of these Formula Ford cars without all the aerodynamic aids and the slick tyres, they're on road going tyres. Still putting some pretty respectable times at the hill here at Prescott. You see the Van Diemen then through semicircle over the line for 49.02 second run. Next up it is car number 10. The Gould of David Warburton. So Gould who have had considerable success in hill climbing in recent years. Built down near Reading, I believe. This a GR59 1600cc machine again, David Warburton number 10, because that's the position he currently holds in the British Hillclimb Championship. As Chris said a little earlier, we're nearly 2/3 of the way through the season. So David lying in 10th spot at the moment. 103 miles an hour, so into the 3 figures and the bridge then for David, getting very close as well to that magic 2-second time for the first 64 feet, 2.06 seconds in fact, so very close to that 1G acceleration that we've heard Chris talking about. This looks like a very, very clean run indeed so far as it comes round. And under the finish line does a 37.18 second run. 860 is Olivia Cooper in the Force TA 1600. And she goes under the line at 98 miles an hour, into the bridge rather, at 98 miles an hour. Around the Torres. And then the run up to Pardon, left-hander, which she goes around now. S's. Seems like a good run to me so far as well. 2 wide out of the last part of the S's. And up to the line for a time of 40.13, so just missing out on getting under the 40-second mark, but 40.13, a very respectable time indeed for Olivia Cooper. Matthew Ryder is on the line in his Empire Wraith, car number 161. As he goes under the bridge, 96 miles an hour then for the Empire Wraith. Like we say, at the car. the steering wheel there as he goes out of Torres and into Pardon on upwards. Looking very quick to the last part of the S's there. And as he crosses the line, it's a 39.25 second run. Another Empire Wraith then, 162, this time it's Zachary Zammit in this car. Off the line then goes the Empire, the orange machine, 2.01 seconds under the, for the first 64 feet and 101 miles an hour under the bridge. So a quick start to this run then for Zachary. So he goes out of Torres up to Pardon. Pushing really hard, just a little bit of a twitch there as he comes out of the hairpin. Through the S's, hanging the tail out a little bit through there. And hanging the tail out even more on the exit to the S's. Through semicircle up to the line and a time of 37.60 for Zachary. Trisha Davis now is in the Reynard 913. Yeah, Formula 3 car from the 90s. And she exits Pardon. Will be followed up in a moment by another 1990s Formula 3 car. This one, the Dallara number 171 of Nicola Dearden. As Tricia records a 42.69 second run. Again in the Formula 3 car, the F394 Dallara, just a couple of years nearer than the Van Diemen. And we wait for a time then for Nicola. She comes round to the line now to record a time 46.73 seconds. And now we see 172 Jonathan Evans in the Swallow DR14 car. Looks like a clean run for Jonathan. So this is Joshua Moss then in the Dallara F399 as Jonathan records a 46.04. That's Jonathan Evans. Joshua Moss in this Dallara, again the Italian chassis. Dallara built chassis for many different seven-seater categories. He comes around semicircle over the line with a 40.30, and we see another Dallara F399, this time the car of Tim Elmer, car 174. Coming up towards Torres now, running under the bridge at 93 miles an hour. And just hangs the tail out just a little bit on the exit to Pardon. Comes up through the S's, S's, cleanly through there. Circle isn't going to get after the 40, but does a 40.65. That's car 174 Tim Elmer. Now we see 175 Michael Tregoning in the Pilbeam MP88. Enjoyed so much success in hill climbing, certainly in the 80s and 90s. Michael Pilbeam, the man who designed these cars. Michael Tregoning taking his under the bridge at 83 miles an hour. He's in the S's now. And through semicircle he goes. Wait for him to cross the line, and there's a 42.78 second run. That's Michael Tregoning. Meanwhile, Jonathan Varley, 176, the GWR Predator, another 2-litre machine, which went under the bridge at 104 miles an hour. He's now working his way through the S's, and too wide on the exit there. Looks pretty good to me as he comes up to semicircle around there, and his time, will he get under the 40? Yes, 38.27 seconds then for 176. Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator. Another car just coming out into the tyre warming area, should we say. This will be number 178, making his way up to the line. Being lined up, Andrew Colburn then in the Van Diemen RFO2 FX 2-litre machine once again. He's all set for the off for his first time run of the day. Away he goes. What's the time speed under the bridge? It is 92 miles an hour then for the Van Diemen. Tories and the was I think originally a well, I was about to say Formula 2000 car, but it may well have been Van Diemen's dabbles with F3. He's successful in F3. Mark Furman's company over there in Norfolk. He registers a time of 42.76 seconds. Next car coming up to the line now, just getting some heat, only putting heat into those rear tyres, and it is car number 4. So the driver who claimed 4th place in last year's British Championship is Richard Spedding in the GWR Raptor 1340cc machine. Away goes Richard, well into 3 figures, 108 miles an hour under the bridge at good speed. Good speed then for Richard Spedding. And Tory safely into the untrained eye, looking very quick indeed around the hairpin there, and cleanly through the S's as well. Looks like it could well be a quick time, just a little bit twitchy through semicircle, but over the line 36.95 seconds, 36.95, which I suspect is the quickest time we've seen so far today, but plenty more action still to come, of course. Got a little bit of a lull, so it's an opportunity for me to wish someone a happy birthday, and the person that we wish happy birthday to is Jim Mowat. And the wish comes from Joe, his paddock marshal wife. So it's Jim Mowat. Happy birthday from Joe. So I'm sure all the marshals will be ready to sing happy birthday to Jim a little bit later on, and if he's really lucky, maybe they'll give him the bumps as well. Congratulations from Dave Parr to Jonathan Varley in the Predator for another class record. Well done, it says. That's from Dave Parr to one of our drivers, Jonathan Varley, set a class record in the Predator, it says here. John Mould, a message for the marshals here. Great coverage. Hope all in orange are keeping well. The marshals, of course, the ones in orange in their distinctive overalls. And well, we always wish them all the best. Really enjoying the coverage from Carmarthen, says Stephen Feiss. Supporting Iron Price. Amazing to watch. Wish we were there. Well, maybe next time, because the British Hillclimb Championship is back here in early September. Before that, of course, we have the VSCC, the Vintage Sports Car Club, here for their 2-day meeting in just a fortnight's time here at Prescott. Richard Alexander is on the line, car 180, the Force PC 1300cc machine. Richard gets off the line then and goes under the bridge at 94 miles an hour. Around the tours there. guess, is heads Richard Alexander in that force. Head for the finish line to record a time of 39.95 seconds. Just managed to get under the magic 40-second mark then. Simon Moyes here in one of the many Goulds, GR59, this one a 1300cc machine, car 182. Went under the bridge at 110 miles an hour. Some good speed from the 1300cc Gould of Simon Moyes as he comes up to semicircle, up to the finish line, and it's a 40.21 then for Simon in the Gould. On the line now in the Rolt, John Chalmers, 183, the Rolt F302001, it says here, 1420cc Rolt, the company set up by Ron Tauranak, long-time Brabham designer and engineer. And John just hopping and banging a bit off the line, but away he goes. Up towards the bridge where he is travelling at 103 miles an hour into Torres. Around the hairpin. On through Pardon, then goes the silver machine, the Rolt of John Chalmers. It seems to be slow and it's got a problem by the looks of it. I think he is coming to a halt, unfortunately. And looks as if he's stopped just out of our view. But a mechanical problem there for car 183 brings out the red flags. The marshals are running to his aid. So just going to be, well, hopefully it will be a short delay while they sort out the problem from John Chalmers. And Calvin Broad will sit on the line in his Force TA 1300cc machine, car 184. No drive for car 183. John Chalmers is what we're hearing, so they will need a recovery to pick him up. So a little bit of a delay. I'm not sure. We may have an interview that we can run possibly whilst he is being recovered. So an interview with last year's championship runner-up Alex Summers, who drives the DJ Firestorm. This was Alex chatting to Chris just a little bit earlier today.
Alex Summers lying second in the championship, going well, only 5 points behind. This weekend might make all the difference.
Well, every time I come to an event thinking that this time I've got it, unfortunately you find something. But we've got to give it everything we have. We've obviously got a new powertrain for this season, and it's changed the car in bits in certain ways, and I think. All credit to Wallace, we're just not quite there with him yet, but we've got to take every opportunity.
Does Prescott suit the car?
Yeah, we came here in April and it went well. It felt good. It's probably a power hill in a way that you wouldn't imagine. We're quite a lot of 50 to 80, 50 to 100 traction events, but it does fundamentally. I mean, they're good everywhere. A good car should be good everywhere. I had that when I drove with Scott. Wallace, you don't see big aero changes or things from weekend to weekend, so yeah, I mean, I don't see why we shouldn't be quick.
Masses of downforce, so Orchard 3.5G round Orchard?
Thereabouts, yeah.
That's amazing for a hill climb car, isn't it?
It's amazing, full stop. I mean, it's probably a G less than an F1 car, but that's with hot tyres. Sure. So no, they're astonishing. There's, when you look at an F1 car, they're obviously more optimised, but in terms of the sheer amount of downforce and the lack of weight that we've got, there really isn't a lot of difference.
Let's talk first about downforce, because in hill climbing there are fewer aerodynamic restrictions than in formula racing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's very free. We have certain restrictions on the height of wings and the width, but as you can see, it's almost the width of the car, and there's no no restriction on the area or anything like that. We've got a minimum ride height when we're in the paddock, but clearly when you move, that will heave down. So, you know, it's nowhere near as prescriptive as most Formula are.
But the revolution in the last year or two has been these tiny cars with very, very light weight and lots of power. So the fast one weighs what, 500 kilos or maybe less?
We think it's about 450,
Right.
depending on how many fluids are in it. Maybe a bit more than that, 460. So it's incredibly light, but it's not as light as the bike engine cars. You know, I think Richard in the supercharged Raptor will be mid 300s.
But you've got a Cotswold XD, is it, in the back? Producing what, 600 or so?
In between 500 and 600. It really, you know, depends on the dyno and what pub you're in, I think.
Sure. And the atmosphere, I suppose.
Yeah, altitude. I mean, it's going to be mid 500s. It's a plethora.
Enough.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah. It's really you spend a lot of time now in 1,000 horsepower. Out and then the fuel pump expired, so I did about 800 meters. Actually, on a runway you lose the sense of speed.
Yeah.
You lose that perspective. So if you go somewhere like Silverstone in a car like that, I mean, it still feels quick. But what the amazing thing about, say, rallying or sprinting or hill climbing is the proximity to the walls and spectators and things like that.
Yeah, circuit limits don't really apply, do they?
No, we don't. If you break the track limits, you're in the wall. Yeah. Which I quite like. I think that challenge is unique to our sport.
It's a real discipline, hill climbing, because you're competing with yourself as much as with the others.
We have such a lovely atmosphere, and I get on really well with. Sean was just making silly faces at me, for example.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great group of people, and there really isn't much gamesmanship. So I feel like I'm competing with myself as much as anything else.
So that's Alex Summers talking there to Chris Druitt. Alex currently lies in second place in the British Hillclimb Championship, just 5 points behind Wallace Menzies, who leads the series at the moment. And they will be looking a little bit later on to claim some more points in the top 12 runoffs. But in the meantime, red flag's still out on the hill as the car is recovered. And then we'll be able to get the timed runs back underway. Mention there of the atmosphere in the paddock at hill climbs. There always is a great atmosphere here, and at all the hill climbs that I've ever experienced. Well, with a visit to a hill climb, certainly for those of you who are perhaps watching on live streaming, if you've never been to a live hill climb, then it is a great atmosphere, great day out, and the always very welcome. Drivers always very ready to chat to people, talk about the sport and their love of it. And if you want to get a taste of the sport as well, there are opportunities here at Prescott to drive a car up the hill with a number of drive days each year, and you'll find more information about those events on the Prescott website. So take a look on the Prescott website, very easily accessible. Prescott, just outside Cheltenham, and in a beautiful setting in Cotswolds, and you can have a wonderful experience here, whether it's watching or participating. As not having quite such a good experience at the moment, the car there just being lifted away by the telehandler, taken up to the top of the hill, and then we should be able to get the timed runs back underway very, very quickly indeed. There is just a flavour of the paddock here at Prescott. A huge variety of cars that participate. You regularly see drivers helping each other out if they have a problem, and generally chatting, and it is very much a social event as well as a sporting event. Very, very competitive once they're on the hill, but very, very friendly in the paddock. Prescott, which Has been the home of the Bugatti Owners Club since I think 1937. First event here was 1938, I believe. So huge sense of tradition and wonderful heritage here at Prescott as well, which is the team, Gemma, and all the team here work very hard to maintain and do a great job of making this what I believe is one of the premier motorsport venues in the UK. So there's an assortment of the single-seater cars in action here today. It's a two-day event. So as the clerk of the course makes his way back down off the hill, we are about to get the action back underway. Just a short pause there whilst we were sorting out one or two issues with the timing screens, and well, we've got a sort of provisional lineup for the runoff, but it is early days yet. There are plenty more single-seaters still to go up the hill, so we'll wait a little while to look at who is going to qualify for the runoff, which will come after these class runs. Meanwhile, Calvin Broad brings the Force CA 1300 back up to the line for the second time. He was all set to go, of course, when the red flags came out, but car 184, Calvin Broad, sitting on the line. One of the bike engine machines that we heard Alex Thomas talking about in that interview with Chris Bird a little bit earlier, and away it goes, off up the hill, under the bridge, 97 miles an hour then for this 1300cc, very, very lightweight car, of course, the Force of Calvin Broad, and Ettores he goes. Up the hill. And a 38.96 second run then for 184 Calvin Broad. Stand, I suspect that we're just about getting into the runoff, but I say lots more cars still to come yet. And run 10 under the bridge for Paul Hames, 186 in the Gould GR59, 1300cc Gould. He brings the moonlight machine through the S's. A little bit wide on the exit there, the final part of the S's, but not too bad. Keeps it on the tarmac, goes up to the line, and it's a 37.19, which certainly would currently put him comfortably in the top 10. Pete Tatham on the line now, 187 in the OMS, the 1300cc machine once again. Again, motorbike power, 100 miles an hour then under the bridge. Powers away from the first of the hairpins into the second one. Very sideways there out of the S's, but pulls it all back together through semicircle, and the time 39.63 then for Pete Tatham as Terry Davis gets off the line in the Reynard 913 ex-Formula 3 car 870. Terry Davis, 9 miles an hour. When he ran in Formula 3 they were 2 litres, but had restrictions on the air intake to control how much too much power they produce in that not forced to go to hill climb. As he comes up to line, he got a time of 40.96. You see another from the 3 car, this time Andrew Henson in the Dallara F3 1994. The bridge at 93 miles an hour. The S is very wide there over the curbs on the exit, the last part of the S's. Round semicircle over the line, and it's 39.72 for Andrew Henson. As things stand at the moment, it looks like you need to be in the 38s to get into the runoff, and in fact something below 38.5 already, and to start feeling comfortable, you probably need to get into the 37s. Car 872 is the Swallow DR14 of Kevin Creven, another Formula 3 machine, 2 litre car. All set to take his first time run of the day, and away he goes, and a little bit of hesitancy off the line. Not quite sure what happened to him there, but not the cleanest start, and that's reflected in the speed under the bridge of 66 miles an hour. He's got some work to do to try and make up time. It's a slightly troubled start there, and still doesn't look fully on song to me as he goes up through the S's. Just a little bit wide on the exit, and round to the finish line for 46.49. So disappointing time there for Kevin Creven. Ian Tucker is on the line now, car 190, the OMS 28, 1690cc machine. The revs rise, away he goes. Again, not the cleanest start off the line. And he goes under the bridge at 70 miles an hour. In the white OMS. Another OMS 28 as a matter of fact, but we'll look at that in a moment as we wait to see Ian over the line doing a 44.34 as Lee Griffiths comes under the bridge at 93 miles an hour in his OMS 28. So significantly quicker than Ian. First section of the course, he comes round Pardon, goes through into the S's. as Lee comes over the line, recording a 38.60. Good time there for Lee. Paul Alexander heads up the hill in the Force PC 1300cc machine car 880. And as things stand, Ian, that time that he recorded 38.60, misses out on the top 10 runner by 0.02 of a second at the moment, but that's still to change before the top contenders come up. So waiting meanwhile to see what time Paul Alexander can do. He goes over the finish line. It's a 42-second run exactly. As on to the start line comes 9:01, and that's Bernard Kevill in the OMS 28, 2.8 litre machine this. And he is all lined up, ready for the off. And away he goes. Speed under the bridge of 90 miles an hour. So he comes through the left-hander that brings him on down to Torres. Drop downhill out of the hairpin, then back uphill to Arden, which he goes round now. Just hesitating slightly because next car on the line, which we'll talk about in just a moment, having some problems in fact, and stalling, but he's got it fired back up. But meanwhile, let's concentrate on Bernard Kevill in that OMS, and he heads up. It's going to be over 40 seconds, so 42.19 for Bernard. While on the line, Mark Coley in the Gould GR55 with the 2.5 litre V6 Cosworth engine just at his back, powering the Gould chassis. Revs rise, and off the line he goes. Looks quick under the bridge, 98 miles an hour in fact. It's 2.5 litre machine. On up towards Barton. Silver Gould GR55, number 902, Mark Coley. To semicircle he goes. Will he get under the 40-second mark? Possibly. Yeah, 39.63 then for Mark Coley, 39.63. On the line now and just heading off. 9:03 is Lynn Owen in the OMS 28 with a 2.7 litre engine power in this OMS. The car up to 79 miles an hour on the bridge. There's a tight line there through the hairpin. Chugging the inside line as it goes through there, and semicircle under the line, 42.44 seconds for car 903 Lynn Owen. On to the line now then, it is car 109. I'll try that again. It's car 708, apologies, I'm not quite sure where the 109 came from. It's 708, Graham Wynn in the Gould GR-W49 with a 4 litre engine. One of the bigger engine cars. Amazing in fact how the big engine cars and the small motorcycle engine but much lighter cars can be so closely matched on the hill here at Prescott. 96 miles an hour on the bridge for Graham Wynn. Car 708. Around the Torres, up to Park, around there. Looking quite a clean run so far. Hangs the tail out in fine style coming out of the S's. Just as I say, what a clean run it is. Around semicircle over the line on a 38.92 then for car 708. Graham Wynn on the line now, 702. is Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm. 2.7 litre machine. Gets fired off the line, the Firestorm. And 81 miles an hour under the bridge. Not 2.14 seconds, so getting close to that magic 2-second mark for the first 64 feet. Lindsay is around Parden now, as well as around the Torres. Up through the S's. For the line then, and a time of 43.29 seconds for the DJ Firestorm. Meanwhile, the beautiful Chevron B19, the 2-litre sports car, in the hands of Amanda George, is around Parden. Car that was owned by the late Joe Sifford, driven by Gerard Leroux. We see the Tiger SF83, the ex-Formula 4 2000 car of Joe Mackel, now sporting a 1600cc engine, car 930. Joe Mackel out of the S's. Off the line goes Jack Cockrell 200 in the Dallara Formula 3 car from 2005. 98 miles an hour under the bridge, so good speed for the Formula 3 car on this opening section. A bit of a second bite there at the Torres. Around Parden. Looking like a pretty clean run up to now. The S's. Not too wide on the exit, just about right. And to the finish line for 39.86 second run then for 200 Jack Cockrell. Terry Graves is in the 3.5 litre Gould GR37, car 204, the red and white machine. There he's 90 miles an hour looking at the bridge. Terry coming towards the end of his run then in the Gould. Not going to get under the 40-second mark, in fact the 42.41 then for Terry Graves, car 204. On the line now and getting away is 201 Simon Andrews in the OMS 28 with a 2.8 litre motor. Under the bridge at 91 miles an hour. Simon then into the S's now in the OMS and up to semicircle over the line with a time of 41.55 seconds then. That's 201 Simon Andrews. Again, a little bit of a lull. Looks to date it would appear the quickest time in the time runs that will, amongst other things, determine the top 10 runoff is car number 4, Richard Spedding, who's done a 36.95 second run. And out onto the line now comes car 202. So Andrew Coley in the Gould GR55, 2.5 litre machine, another one of these shared cars. Also running as trying to work out what. It's also running 902 anyway. Off the line goes Andrew Crowley then, 2.13 seconds. That's an initial burst, 105 miles an hour under the bridge. Good initial speed then for the Gould GR55. The right hand here, looking at the Torres as well. To the left hander at Bob. How close can he get to that time of 6.95 seconds? That was because he's into semicircle and now goes to the line and does a 39.01 then for 202 Andrew Crowley. On the line 203 is Stephen Owen in the OMS 28 with 2.7 litre engine power in this car. Goes under the bridge at 97 miles an hour then. Fluorescent yellow machine then. Pushing around to Torres. Clean that through Bob. Really pushing through the S's then. 203 Stephen Owen. 39.25 seconds then for Stephen Owen. Is off the line goes number 8 Scott Moran in the 4 litre Gould. Successful hill climb of course. 116 miles an hour under the bridge, so the highest speed we've seen under the bridge so far this weekend. Ready through the S's. This is an impressive looking run for Scott Moran. And he goes over the line to record a 36.51 second, which looks to be the fastest time so far today, with Sean Gould now on the line in the Gould GR59 4 litre machine. Car number 7, can he better Sean Moran's time? So away then goes Sean Gould. 1.88 seconds to the 64 foot, well over 1G acceleration, 104 miles an hour, and that thing absolutely catapults itself off the line. It's remarkable as he goes up to hatchets. Through the S's he comes, the left hand at the end of the S's into semicircle already, and this looks like a quick run then for Sean Gould. Comes up to the line and does a 36.05. Sean Gould, car number 7. As off the line goes Alex Summers, car 2. We heard off Alex a little earlier talking to Chris Stewart in the DJ Firestorm. 1.97 seconds, again under the 2 second magic mark. Mark at 109 miles an hour under the bridge. We really are getting some quick times now. This is improved on that 36.05 as it comes under the line. 36.42 in fact for number 2 Alex Summers. Wallace Menzies, car number 1, reigning champion, leading the championship. Wallace Menzies in the Gould GR59M 3.3 litre machine is on the line for his timed run. Just pulling the car back, getting the timing beam lined up correctly, or the car lined up correctly with the timing beam, I should say. In place now. Revs go rise and away he goes. What's the time? 1.98 again under the 2 second mark. 110 miles an hour under the bridge into Torres. Progressive yellow wheels really making the car stand out as he goes up to Pardon. And S's, and this again looking like a really clean run from Wallace Menzies. He hangs the tail out a bit on the exit of the S's, comes round semicircle. What will that do to his time? 36.24, so quick but not the quickest. That's Wallace Menzies' car, number 1. Just a couple more 2-driver cars, and then I think we'll be moving on to the top 10 run-up. So we'll just get these couple of cars complete their run. First of those is one of my favourites, I've got to be honest. It's the Chevron, the B19 in the hands this time of Richard George. Truly the sports car. It looks so right to me. And away goes Richard. He goes under the bridge at 69 miles an hour. Lovely machine. George then coming up through the S's, heading towards semicircle. Semicircle he goes, heads to the line and does a 48.23 second run as we see Robin Johnson, number 230, the Tiger SF83, the Formula 4 2000 car with a 1600 engine. And around S's then goes Robin Johnson. You see him coming through semicircle. There's an interesting machine just going off the line now, 48.44 for Robin Johnson's. We see the Subaru Legacy of Damien Bradley producing 800 horsepower. Legacy, of course, you see that the tractor is a Subaru's rally machine, and it's a car that very first made his reputation in. It's a very different machine, say 800 horsepower, to get the first 64 feet completed in just a fraction over 2 seconds, 2.03, but it must be quite a handful getting all that power down, despite the 4-wheel drive, which looks like a quick time, hanging the tail out a bit through semicircle over the line, and a 43.84 second run then for Damien. As the marshals do a little bit of sweeping ahead of the top 10 runoff, which will be coming up in just a moment, I believe. And who better to guide you through the top 10 runoff than ace commentator Chris Druitt. I'll hand over to Chris for this.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance to cover owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. And to find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. Okay, that's the end of our class runs, and we will shortly see who has qualified for round 17 of the British Hillclimb Championship run here at Prescott. British Hillclimb Championship sponsored by Avon Tyres, which is appropriate because there's a big tyre battle going on between Avon and Pirelli. Current positions in the championship: after 16 rounds, Wallace Mingus leads with net 91 points, just ahead of Alex Summers, who nets 86. When I say net, people drop their 6 lowest scores through the season. And in third place, Sean Gould on a net 80. And here are the runners for round 17 runoff. First runner will be Charles Hall in the Empire Wraith, who qualified with a 38.24. And because that car is being shared with Zach Zammit, he runs first, and then Zach will hop in and actually is running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. So after Charles's run, next up will be Adam Greenan, qualified with the 38.41. Jonathan Varley runs third in the little Predator with its 2-litre V8 engine. And then Einon Price qualified with the 38.04. Zach Zammit comes next, first of the qualifiers in the 37s with a 37.6. And then comes Paul Hames, brilliant qualifying run in the GR59 of 37.19. And 100th ahead of Paul comes David Warburton in his GR59, Gould with a 37.18. Richard Spedding, a fantastic run with a little 1300 blown engine in his GR59, 36.95, qualified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Then our top 4, Scott Moran, a brilliant run in 36.51, including through the bridge speed trap at 116, which means that he probably topped out over 120 into Orchard Corner. Qualifying in third place, Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm with the 36.42. Second qualifier, Wallace Mingus, 36.24, and our lead qualifier, so he will run 12th, Sean Gould, qualified with a 36.05. So it's going to be quite a top 12 runoff, round 17 British Hillclimb Championship. So we kick off with Charles Hall in the amazing Empire Wraith, bright orange car, you'll remember, with its very sophisticated aerodynamic bodywork, partly the work of Willem Tuit, who was chief aerodynamicist for the Formula One team of Ferrari out in Italy. He's still out in Switzerland working with Sauber. Then comes Adam Greenan. Adam in the little Empire Evo 2 with its 1 litre or just over 1 litre engine. That's brilliant to qualify that. His brother, and he didn't quite make it. They were very close. I think he was on a 38.5. Jonathan Varley in the tiny little Raptor built up in Aberdeen with its have a look at, if you're here, have a look at this car in the paddock. It's just a brilliant packaging job getting the 2-litre TKD engine in the back of Jonathan's tiny little car. Great to see him qualifying with a 38.27, brilliant. Then comes Einon Price, who had a bit of drama yesterday when the car stalled just after the line with a mystery electrical fault, but everything's fixed fine and it's going really well to qualify with the 38.04. He'll be running fourth. Charles Hall brings the Empire Wraith back down to the paddock, and Zach Zammit will jump in. Zach's been allowed to escape from Malta, where he lives, for this event, and justifies it by qualifying with a 37.6. Brilliant run. Next up, running sixth, will be Paul Hames in the GR59. And we've got our first runner, Charles Hall, coming to the line in the Empire Wraith, qualified with a 38.24. Now, usually people preserve their best set of tyres for the runoff, so it might be that Charles has got newish Pirelli P0s on the Empire. Let's see how he goes. Charles, 1.98 off the start. That's brilliant. Under 2 seconds. 96 miles an hour at bridge. Safely through Entories. Using every inch of the road. Hugs the inside curb at Harden. Can he get in the 37s? I bet he hopes, plans to. Acceleration out of the S's. I think it might be in the early 38s. It is a 38.21, so it's fractionally quicker than his qualifying run, but a nice safe run by Charles Hall. Brilliant. When you think that he didn't even take up hill climbing till this year. He's been a circuit racer. On the line, Adam Greenan, Empire Evo 2, little 1100cc engine. Featherweight car, brilliant driver, qualified with a 38.41. Let's see what his 64 feet, 2.39, not quite as quick as Charles, but 100 miles an hour under the bridge. Tight line round at Torres, few sparks from the under tray of the car. Adam hurls it into the S's, out of the S's, out of top road corner, not quite using every inch of the road. He's a little bit behind Charles's time and finishes with a 38.22, 100th behind Charles Hall. I told you it'd be a close run thing, and it is. Jonathan Varley up next. I can't see him exiting the paddock yet. Maybe quickly popping a new set of tyres on. I think there's a 5-minute cut-off. Oh, I've just been told by the clerk of the course 2 minutes, so Jonathan needs to hustle, but I don't think anyone has ever been excluded for being slightly over the 2-minute mark. Let's hope not, because Jonathan's done a great job to qualify the little car in 38.27. And I keep saying it's a Raptor, but it's not, it's a Predator, GWR Predator, built by Graham White up in the north of Scotland. So let's hope Jonathan hasn't got problems getting the TKD engine fired up in the Predator. A car that weighs under 400 kilos, featherweight. And Jonathan competed with this car last year with a Cosworth BDG engine, but over the winter they squeezed in the TKD V8 2-litre, based I think on Yamaha cylinder head and block on a common crankcase. Let's keep your fingers crossed that Jonathan can turn up, but otherwise we'll see Einon Price arriving on the start line. Jonathan is currently lying 14th in the championship. Ah, good news. The little Predator is on his way out of the paddock. Jonathan on board. And the engine fires up and stops. Keep your fingers crossed for the little blue car to emerge from the paddock, which you can see on the screen. Emerges. Engine fires up again. And here comes Jonathan. Hooray. That's good. He has currently got net 11 points in the championship, so he's not threatening Wallace's lead, but it's a great achievement for Jonathan to have got this little car running so well and comfortably qualifying with a 38.27. Wouldn't he love to be in the 37s on this run, running on Avon tyres? He takes off, and 2.33 for 64 feet, but 106, that's rapidly round Orchard. Slight lock-up of one of the front wheels on the way into a Taurus, but gets the braking just about right. Couple of gear changes and into Pardon. He's trailing a little bit behind Charles Hall's leading times. He's getting closer though, 11 hundredths behind, but it's going out again. It's a 38.13 for Jonathan. So that puts him in the lead for the moment. .38.13 for Jonathan Varley, 38.21 for Charles Hall, 38.22 for Adam Greenan. On the line now, Einon Price, qualified with the 38.04. Can he get in the 37s? It's 2.04, brilliant start. But a few miles an hour down, but he's ahead at the moment by nearly 3/10. Brilliant driver. Yep, he's consolidated his lead. 4/10 up. So this could well be in the 37s. Keep your fingers crossed for Einon. Half a second at the S's. Consolidating his lead and a nice sprint to the finish. It's a 37.61. Brilliant. Well done, Einon. So he storms into the lead, and his place is taken on the start line by Zach Zammit, sharing the car with Charles Hall, this beautiful Empire Wraith. Here we go. Zach off the line, 1.93. Brilliant start. 100 miles an hour exactly at bridge. So he's a tenth or so in front at the moment. Holds it round Pardon. Lead increases to nearly 3/10, but he's dropped it a little bit at midway. He's 100th ahead at the S's. Let's see Zach round the S's, and just by 11 hundredths into the lead with a 37.50. Wow. Zach Zammit leading Einon Price, Jonathan Varley, Charles Hall, and Adam Greenan. Next up, Paul Hames. Delicious little Gould GR59. Blown Hayabusa engine in this GR59. Paul qualified with a 37.19. Just 2/10 out of the 36s. Can he get into the 36s? He is also running on Avon tyres. 2.1 off the line. And 110 under the bridge. Nice late apex at Ed Torres for Paul. Couple of gear changes. Oh, and he's just gone sideways into Ed Torres. That's cost him quite a lot. Sad. I think that'll be maybe half a second. Yeah, no, it's cost him more than that. Nearly 3 seconds. So Paul probably will cruise up to the finish. There's no point in going crazy now. And it'll be a 40.69. Puts Paul into 6th place. And probably out of the points. Let's have another look at that slight sideways moment on braking for Ed Torres. Yep. Cost him all that speed. What a shame. Good chance, though, that Paul will qualify for this afternoon's runoff, which takes place at the end of the day, so can get some points later on. Now, next up will be David Warburton, another similar GR59. Hayabusa engine placed fore and aft, so shaft drive back to the differential. Very clever bit of engineering. So a little bit of sweep. We've got a red flag. David waits just after the pre-start line, supervised by Dad, who's giving him fatherly advice, no doubt, which he will probably ignore. Okay, flags in. So David will fire up the Hayabusa engine in the GR59. This is really current state-of-the-art hill climb car, but with a small engine. Small blown bike engine, Hayabusa, nevertheless getting on for 500 horsepower. And of course, ultralight, 450 kilos maybe. But the great advantage of a blown bike engine is that it's not totally peaky. It'll pull from quite low down. 2.09 off the start, great start. And speed 105. Late braking for Ed Torres without a smidge of lock up, and you see the speed that you can achieve round Ettores. He's trailing a little bit, half a second behind lead scorer, Zach Zammit. And rounding semicircle, it'll be in the 37s, I think. Yep, 37.61. Pops David into third place so far. It'll be Richard Spedding next. Proudly carrying number 4, indicating fourth place. The last time the British Hillclimb Championship was run, which was in 2019. We've lost a year. Well, all of us have lost a year or more with this dreadful COVID. Let's see what Richard could do. Qualified in the 36s with a 36.95. He is also on Avon tyres. Ultra sticky hill climb tyres there. Even stickier than Formula 1 wets. 2.1 off the start. 107. Really rapid, Richard, under the bridge. Dives down out of Ettores. Nice tight line at Pardon. He's trailing Zach by 3/10 at the moment. No, it's exactly equal. So he's caught up with Zach's time at midway. 700ths ahead as he goes into the semicircle. This will be a great run. 37.2 for Richard. Not quite as quick as his qualifying, but it puts him in the lead. So it's Spedding, Zammit and Price, our top 3 so far. Coming to the line next will be Scott Moran. Scotty is currently in the championship, lying 4th. He's 25 or so points behind Wallace Mingus in the championship so far. So work to do if Scotty's going to get a 7th title, but I think that probably will wait for next year. That he's new to this car. He's sharing it with Graham Wynne. 4-litre Judd in the back of this tiny little GR59, and it's taken a bit of learning for Scott, who won his championships in the slightly earlier Gould, the GR61X. But this will be quick under the bridge. 116 last time. 2.01 and 111. And the perfect line at Ettores, takes the late apex, used every inch of the road, and he's up by 7/10 at Pardon. Dropped back a little bit at the S's, he's still up by 6/10. Claws it back again at semicircle and finishes in top spot with a 36.5, 36.5. Great run by Scott Moran. Now then, we've got Alex Summers, Wallace Mingus and Sean Gould still to come. And up comes Alex Summers to the start line in the incredible DJ Firestorm. He's on Pirelli tyres. Amazingly lightweight little DJ built by Del Quigley with its Cotswold XD engine producing, getting on for 600 horsepower. Off the line 2.08. Speed 109. Alex really chucks it around Orchard. Gets the braking absolutely right and the apex exactly right at Ettores. But he's slightly behind Scotty at the moment. Now it's clawing it back, it's only 500ths behind at midway, and he's ahead at the S's. So Alex takes the lead so far, consolidates it a bit by 1/4 of a second. 36.18. 36.18. Alex Summers in top place. So what can Wallace do about that? Has he got a nice new set of tyres? He comes up to the line, getting some getting some good heat into the Pirellis. .3 litre Indy engine, bored out from the 2.65 of the Indianapolis engine. Orange blob on the side of the wing indicates he's running on methanol. He's our current champion, and he qualified with a 36.24, so he qualified a little bit slower than that last run from Alex Summers. 1.95 off the start. That's our best 64 feet so far, and 109 under the bridge for Wallace. Beautiful driving. He's up by half a second at Pardon. He's up by 6/10, 7/10 at Midway, same at the S's, so this should pop Wallace into the lead if he gets semicircle right, hugs the inside at semicircle. Is it in the 35? It is. Wow, 35.46 is so near to the record. Brilliant run. The record standing to the guy who's on the line now, 35.41, so Wallace Ming is only 500ths off the Prescott record. Now what can Sean do? He's effectively got to match his record or beat it to pop into top spot in the 4 litre Judd-powered GR59. He's quicker in the first 64 feet, 2 miles an hour slower at Bridge. So where will he be at Tories? And Pardon, he's a little bit behind at the moment. Wow, 100th behind and at the S's, 300s at semicircle. Can he make it up between semicircle and the finish? 35.56, not quite. Second place for Sean Gould. So let's see the results of round 17 British Hillclimb Championship, sponsored by Avon Tires. Wallace Mingis comes out on top with a 35.46, very closely followed in second by Sean Gould, 35.56. Then Alex Summers third with a 36.18. Scott Moran fourth with a 36.5. Richard Spedding, brilliant run to get the little car into fifth with a 37.2. Zach Zammit justifying his trip from Malta with a 37.5. Einon Price just into 7th place with a 37.61, shares that time and place with David Warburton. Jonathan Varley 9th with 38.13. Charles Hall 10th, last scorer with a 38.21. Adam Greenan and Paul Hames miss out on the scores. But we've got a final treat before lunch. If we look at the start line, we've got this glorious Bugatti Type 51 in the hands of Ed Burgess. Type 51, the twin cam version of the famous Type 35 Grand Prix Bugatti. So it's got 30 or so more horses than the Type 35. Straight 8 Bugatti engine, roller bearing crankshaft. And they are rapid cars. Grand Prix winning cars in the 30s before they were swamped by the power and might of the German Silver Arrows. So Ed, who incidentally has just bought himself a Gould with a V6 engine, ex-Tony Marsh car, so he's got two very contrasting cars to compete with. And he's into the semicircle to be followed by Colin Bullock in a similar car but in road equipment trim. Those were the days when you could take your Grand Prix car and race in a Grand Prix, put mudguards and lights on, and you've got a sports racing car. 52.97 for Ed Burgess. Colin chucks his Type 51 into and through S's and into semicircle. may not be as quick as Ed. Ed did a 52.97. Colin, road equipped, 59.79. Brings our morning competition to a halt. We're going to have some lunch. I will very shortly find out what time we're going to restart with action on the hill. It'll be on the dot of 2 o'clock. In the meantime, I think Richard has got some interesting videos to show if you continue watching during lunchtime. In the meantime, whether you're here or watching at home, enjoy your lunch. We'll be back in action at Prescott for lots of fun and games in the afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Hey guys, and welcome to Petrol Ped, and welcome to a beautifully sunny Prescott Hill Climb. Now, quite some time ago, I was approached by one of my fantastic pedallers, a guy called Gary, who said, do you fancy coming and doing the Prescott Hill Climb with the Bugatti Owners Club? Anyway, spring forward a few months, and here I am. Now, I am driving my own car, Ruby Roadster behind me, but I am surrounded by the most incredibly eclectic mix of vehicles that will be doing a tuition day here at the Prescott Hill Climb. I have no idea what to expect. It is a beautiful setting. I have seen video of the hill climb, but I've never been here in person. Super excited, so I thought you would like to join me for my day in the sunshine here at Prescott. So then, we've done a few things. We've had our briefing and we've done a hill walk with an instructor. So one of the really cool things about today is it's actually a tuition day. So we've been grouped up into groups of 4 and we've been assigned a coach, and all the coaches have got massive amounts of hill climb experience, and we've just done a walk up the hill talking about lines and breaking points and the kind of best way to approach things. And it's a really interesting venture into a different form of motorsport. Clearly I've done auto solos and sprints and track racing, and most recently I've done a little bit of rallying, albeit just on a non-competitive closed road stage. But this is the first time at a hill climb. Safe to say it's very narrow. At the moment it's still quite damp and quite slippy, but the biggest thing, and I'm not so sure it's going to come out on camera, is the changes in gradient, and the undulations in the gradient are significant. So first up is we've got basically a slow speed drive up the hill, just a familiarization run, and then we're going to start the timed runs. And then what will happen is we've got kind of video replays and sitting down with the instructor and so on, and slowly over the week, or sorry, over the day, we'll get quicker and start to kind of be helped along our way to become hill climbers. So off we go. It should be good fun. So welcome to the historic Prescott Hill Climb. So this is the tyre warm-up area over the main start line, and we're meant to start on the very left-hand corner here and aim straight at a little timing shed. This is clearly going to be quite a slow speed run by the looks of it. We've been told to put our helmets on, which for me isn't great from an audio point of view, but I think you'll probably still be able to hear me. My plan is to run the car with all traction fully off, and just see how I go, really. I think as a car, the rotor should be perfect for this. It's small, it's nimble, I've got my Quaife diff. I think the setup should be quite good, so hopefully we should actually have a good chance. It's not time today, that's the most important thing, but I just want to be able to learn this new form of motorsport. I think it's really exciting. We have been grouped together. I've got such an eclectic range of cars. I've got a lovely Evo 6 in front of me. There's a Cayman GT4, there's a Macan, a little Clio, a Beetle, an MX-5. So here we go. So plan is, apparently you run straight at just to the right of the timing gantry where that Marshall shed is. Hug the right-hand side here, and now they have put a few clipping cones in, so got to clip this cone here and then head off, just hang out and head off and be patient and catch the apex. Now the apex is about here. Then you just hang out the car a little bit. Now one of the things that you'll notice, very little runoff. So again, this is a very late apex, so turn in at this green cone, hang out wide, and then come back in and clip this apex on the inside just here. Then speed up, again clip the curb on the left hand side with a rumble strip. This is an interesting tight one. Up on the left, I'm going to stay out and then come back in. And then we start to increase speed. Stay out a little bit here. It's so narrow. Then again, there's a green cone here. Now this is the turning point for this little left. Right, don't be too greedy with these curbs. And then left. Again, in here, don't go anywhere near those dragon's teeth. Then we open up. Stay out wide here and then in, be really, really patient. And that's one run up the Prescott Hill Climb. Slowly. Very narrow. Oh dear, here we go. This should be good fun today, I think. Time to put the gloves on. Time for my first run. As I said, nothing's timed today. This is our first, if you like, higher speed. I'm just going to take it, quite easy on this run. It's very slippy. I just want to get the lines and start to build up. I'm pretty sure you could make a classic error here, coming and trying to go too fast too soon. There's no room for error at all. You're off and you're on some wet grass into Armco, or off tarmac straight into kitty litter. There's no runoff. So we'll just take it nice and gently. Should be good fun though. Very, very slippy. Very, very slippy. And now you come down the return road, which is actually a public bridleway. So you have to be super careful coming down here. Wow, okay, that was my first hill climb. First impressions. It's mighty slippy. It goes super quick. It's very narrow. And I think it's going to take a lot of skill and time and thought to get fast going up that hill. But it's good fun though. So there you go, run one done. And I've got my first ASBO. Yes, apparently the pops and bangs are a little bit too loud, so I won't be able to run it in sport mode from now on. There's quite a bit of queuing because there's a lot of cars going up today, but I thought it'd be quite nice just to show you the breadth and depth of the cars that are here. I mean, you can just see in this lineup here, from a little kind of Cooper up there, a GR Yaris, Evo 5, Ruby Roadster, beautiful classics, Cayman GT4, Morgan Plus 4, there's an Alpine race car over there, there's another Mini over, two Minis over there, Hero. Yeah, it's a lovely Austin Healey. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to come and car spot, let alone drive up a hill. But yeah, just at this point I just want to say a massive thank you to Gary for reaching out to me and basically organising for me to be here today. Sadly he can't be here today to actually kind of say hi. He's got other things he needs to be doing. So it's a great shame. I would have loved to have met you, mate, but I'm sure we will meet at some point and I'll buy you a beer in thanks for the invite today, because it's very special. In terms of hill climbing, this is a really technical motorsport discipline. Really technical. There is no margin for error at all, and the guys that were taking us up the hill at the beginning of the day, giving us kind of tuition on lines and things, they were all like, you know, hill climb champions. In fact, one of the guys was 3 times British Hillclimb champion, and you know, Yes, they're going up. You can hill climb in anything, but the really top guys are in basically single seat, what look like Formula cars, and they go very fast. Beautiful. Ferrari just gone off the line. So yeah, brilliant fun. Anyway, back to some concentrating. I don't know when I'm back up again, but we'll just keep going around like this, having more and more runs, getting more and more familiar with it, and then at lunchtime we go through some video analysis of our runs, get some hints and tips on how we might do things better, and then we go again in the afternoon. So yeah, should be good. Okay, pops and bangs off. Now the downside of that is sport mode just firms the steering a little bit, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Better. Its gears. One of the things I'm noticing is the gradient so steep. If you get the wrong line of the wrong gear, you lose so much time. And I think that's, well, I guess the key is in the name, hill climbing, right? So you've got to deal with the gradient. So I just need to work out the right gearing. Better. Lots of room for improvement. Okay, so spring forward a couple of hours. We actually got 6 runs in this morning. I didn't film the last 2 because I just wanted to concentrate on the run. We've had lunch and then we've just had a video replay. So basically they filmed us going up the hill and the instructors gave us just a little bit of feedback about how we were getting on. So we're now due out for the second set of runs. Try not to get run over. There's some amazing cars here today, there really are. So we're going to go out again. We reckon we might get as many as 6 runs in this afternoon. I'm getting quicker, I'm getting more confident. With that comes a little bit of a danger of getting overconfident, but I think I'm doing all right so far. I've changed the cameras around to slightly different views this afternoon with a bit of luck. But yeah, let's do this. Well, that was interesting. What was I saying at the beginning of that run? I'm starting to get a bit more confident, chew a bit more curb, push a little bit harder, and then coming out of the S's just before semicircle, I just went a little bit wide, took a little bit too much curb, went onto the grass, had a bit of a moment, but then worryingly, as I came across and I got a low pressure warning on my tyre, but then it disappeared and I've checked my tyres, they're fine. And I'm guessing it's just the tyre pressure monitor maybe just had a bit of a, because of the vibrations, just went, oh! But look, this means I'm trying hard enough. Look, that's a battle scar, battle honour. Okay people, last run of the daytime. I had loads of runs today. I've done a couple since my last attempt. I was a bit worried because, as I said, I had my tyre pressure monitoring system came on and I was like, oh no, but I've reset it and checked everything and it's all fine. I can only imagine that one of the sensors had a bit of a blip, either because the tyres got too hot or just the vibrations when I went over that curb. But everything's okay. So this is the last run of the day. And then we go back up to the clubhouse for a kind of debrief and stuff. Such a good day. I can't recommend hill climbing enough. If you've, you know, many of you will have done track days, I guess. You know, if you haven't, we just turn the traction control off while I remember. Yeah, it's just another one of those really cool motorsport disciplines that you should give a go. It's very technical, and it's definitely a case of smooth is fast. Right then, last run of the day. Let's enjoy it. Speed to the tyre screams. Come on, baby. I enjoyed that. I reckon I saved my best till last. Love to know what that time was. Wicked. Well, there you go guys, end of another day. Firstly, massive thank you to the Bugatti Owners Club for organising such an amazing day today. I've got my certificate for passing the hill climb school. Just brilliant. Now, first off, Gary Goodyear, my friend, one day I shall meet and buy you a beer and thank you properly for today. It's been an amazing experience. I've met some fantastic people and I've learnt a new skill, and that new skill is hill climbing, and I must say it's really got a bit of a bug now. I need to have a go at it properly, because as a motorsport discipline, it's very, very challenging, because you don't get really a huge amount of time to, you know, if you came and did a competitive event, you might get a couple of practice runs and then 2 timed runs. It's a little bit like sprinting in that respect. But yeah, no, we got 11 runs up the hill today. It's been fantastic. So, you know, I hope you've enjoyed it. And kind of I've taken you behind the scenes of a motorsport maybe some of you haven't really come across before. Prescott Hill Climb, I'm sure they're starting to do events again, so make sure if you're in the area, it's well worth coming over and having a watch. But anyway guys, I hope you enjoyed that one. If you have done so, please give me a thumbs up. Comments below are always welcome. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to Petroped for plenty more content to come. I'll see you on the next film, but I'm going to get back in Ruby Roadster and drive back to the barn. What a day. And the car's in one piece. See you on the next film guys, you take care. Drive safe.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance to cover owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. And to find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. Sean, it's really been a revolution in the hill climb cars in the last 5 years, led by you and your dad. Ultra lightweight, really stiff tub, and a big, powerful engine. Let's have a look at this particular car, because for me the amazing thing about the GR59 is A, it's lightweight, B, the stiffness of the tub. And I think you were telling me that although the tub is effectively looks like one piece, it's three different carbon fibre components.
Yes, it is. It's three sections, and the reason for doing that was A, so that we could use different materials, and B, that we could change each section of the chassis without retooling the whole car. So this has got a Judd engine in, you know, the other cars, similar cars have got different engines. So it doesn't limit you then. You don't have to make a complete new mould to change the bit that gets changed in the...
Yeah. And you got a 4-litre Judd with F1 history? No, with Le Mans history, I guess.
I suppose it's got Le Mans history. I mean, I don't know what it is. It's just an old engine that's been rehacked to make it into something usable for this formula.
But the amazing thing, 4 litres, nevertheless, it's a tiny engine. It's nice, lightweight.
Yes, it is quite a light engine, I think. It's comparable with the XB, you know, the similar engine that Nicholson McLaren's used for years. So it's about a similar weight to that.
Sure.
And it's very similar horsepower, I think, people say it's 700 horsepower. It's about 640, 650 horsepower.
It's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's enough.
Enough to be going on with.
But it's got quite a lot of torque and a good rev band.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Am I right in saying you took this to a runway somewhere, and 0 to 185 in how many seconds?
Oh, I don't know how many seconds it was, but probably
About 7.
About 7 seconds, something like that. Yeah. I didn't actually time it. I just know that by halfway down the runway, I was sat on the rev limit doing 195.
Wow. So in terms of acceleration up to say 150, it's as quick as an F1 car.
I would say it's as quick as an F1 car to that stage.
And if it's dry, your own record might tumble?
Who knows? Who knows? I've got no idea really.
No.
I maybe got lucky when I did that run. I don't know. You just never know. Yeah. To be honest, there's tyres, you know, track conditions, temperature, and everything really, and the want to do it really.
Sean, have a great weekend.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Spedding, we've looked at the state of the art with big engines. Now we're looking at state of the art with small engines, because the development of little racing cars powered by motorcycle engines has just been staggering, and I can't believe the power this car produces out of a 1.3 supercharged engine.
It does 1.3 supercharged, about 450 brake horsepower. Wow. In just not a huge amount, over 300 kilos.
Gee. And a reasonably wide rev band with the supercharger?
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty linear. You know, it just keeps on climbing. The more and more revs you give it, the more and more power you get. So.
And power comes in when?
Probably about 4.5 to 5. Yeah. So it's very drivable all the way through the range.
Yes. And the other difference, of course, with the bike engine, it's sideways across the frame and a chain driving to the differential.
It is, yes. For what they are, the gearbox all contained in the bike engine. That's why they're so good. You know, for what you have weight wise, compared to having to have a purpose-built gearbox, they're all in one package, and makes them very light and very competitive against the bigger cars down the bottom.
Yeah. It's good scaring them, isn't it?
It's nice to run them close every now and again, especially somewhere like here where the speeds are not that high. We're a little bit smaller, so we can get in amongst them a little bit easier, a little bit more nimble than they are. But saying that, they're an awful lot. They're starting to get a little bit smaller and making it harder for us.
But nimble is the key word for Prescott, isn't it? Because it's quite a twisty up and down the speed. You're quick corner at Orchard, but the rest is. Mickey Mouse is the wrong word, but it's fairly slow corners.
It's very technical, I suppose. We're probably 110 miles an hour around the first corner, but then the rest of the way we're probably third, fourth gear for the rest of the hill. So you've got two hairpins, S's. So it is very, very tight and technical compared to somewhere like Cheltenham.
Is it difficult to get the power down out of the hairpins without too much wheel spin?
Fortunately, we have the traction control helps a huge amount. Trying to refine that an awful lot. Because we are so light, it does want to break traction very, very, very easily. So yeah, getting better.
And does it tend to oversteer or understeer?
I would say I tend to aim towards more of an oversteery car, because I believe I can catch it. Whereas an understeer, you've got to get out of the throttle when it starts to move. But no, I would say it's pretty neutral at the moment.
Sean, it's really been a revolution in the hill climb cars in the last 5 years. Well, it's leading the championship at the moment, but Alex is creeping up, isn't he?
I think leading it's probably an overstatement. I might be technically right, but yeah, there's nothing in it. Alex is there all the way. It's very good.
How did Barban and the Yorkshire rounds go?
Yeah, Barban here were good. It was eeksy peeksy. You know, we came up a point ahead, but again, nothing in it. Alex was quicker overall, and he's very quick at Barban here. Unfortunately, with the weather, it was going quite well, but these are, it's fair for everybody. It was the right call to make, so keeps it ticking over for a while, but we're not halfway yet, are we?
No. Here we are back at Prescott, and Sean's record might be at risk.
You need to ask Alex that. I'm sure between him and Alex, he'll dice away. I'll stay out of that one. I don't know.
Let's talk engines, because we've talked Gould, and but the engine in the back of this car is it an NME?
No, it's just straight from Cotswold themselves.
Oh,
It's
is it?
XD, and Cotswold have done the work to.
Which was built for Indy.
Yeah, it was IndyCar, kind of Nigel Mansell. It's the same as Alex's, what we've bored and stroked from 2.65 out to 3.3, and all done with the help of Cosworth and their kind of.
But of course, Indy would have been on methanol and turbocharged.
Yeah, at 2.65 I think it was over 1,000 braking qualifying, which we haven't got the ability to deal with, and wouldn't thank you for, I don't think.
You've got enough power, but I guess the important thing in hill climbing is for the power to come in low down.
It's the most revvy. I mean, it revs to 14,000.
Yeah.
If you get the gearing right, yeah, you've got a chase engine on. It's not a torquey engine, but
Where does the power come in? About 6?
No, we had 9.5 before.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. So but most of the time in the gearing, you're up there. You're more than 9.5 and less than 13.5 for most of it.
Sure. So. Does that make it difficult to get off the line?
It's not the easiest, but again, launch control does 99% of the work, and the rest of it is just that 1% is for me to get it wrong, I think. That's the difference.
But I guess on a wet start line, that's not easy at all.
No, it's probably not very kind to the clutch, is generally how we're working with it, but we can again adjust the launch control for the conditions, and we're constantly playing with it, and that gets us off the line and into the traction.
And how many gears in the box?
6.
And paddle shift, obviously.
Yeah, flat shift all the way. So once we're off the line, there's no clutch.
Sure. Good.
Until we finish again. So.
Yeah. And so much downforce that the brakes must be incredibly effective.
Yeah. Once the first corner's out of the way, they're always sluggish for the first corner of the weekend until they clean up. But no, the car stops and it's.
They're not carbon fibre discs, are they?
Not discs, no. No, they would take too long to heat up.
Yeah.
We're reliably informed by somebody far more intelligent and knowledgeable.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic weekend. Let's pray that it stays dry.
Well, I'm okay if it's wet. I'd be quite happy if it's wet, thanks. We're okay with either.
Okay. Well, best of luck anyway.
Thank you very much.
Thanks indeed, Wallace.
Have a good day, bye-bye.
Alex Summers lying second in the championship, going well, only 5 points behind. This weekend might make all the difference.
Well, every time I come to an event thinking that, this time I've got it, unfortunately he finds something, but we've got to give it everything we have. We've obviously got a new powertrain for this season, and it's changed the car in bits in certain ways, and I think, all credit to Wallace, we're just not quite there with him yet, but we've got to take every opportunity.
Does Prescott suit the car?
Yeah, we came here in April, and it went well. It felt good. It's probably a power hill in a way that you wouldn't imagine.
Sure.
We're quite a lot of 50 to 80, 50 to 100 traction events, but it does fundamentally. I mean, they're good everywhere. A good car should be good everywhere. I had that when I drove with Scott. Wallace, you don't see big aero changes or things from weekend to weekend. So, yeah, I mean, I don't see why we shouldn't be quick.
Masses of downforce. So Orchard 3.5G round Orchard.
Thereabouts, yeah.
That's amazing for a hill climb car, isn't it?
It's amazing, full stop. I mean, it's probably a G less than an F1 car, but that's with hot tyres.
Sure.
So no, they're astonishing. There's, when you look at an F1 car, they're obviously more optimised, but in terms of the sheer amount of downforce and the lack of weight that we've got, there really isn't a lot of difference.
Let's talk first about downforce, because in hill climbing there are fewer aerodynamic restrictions than in formula racing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's very free. We have certain restrictions on the height of wings and the width, but as you can see, it's almost the width of the car, and there's no restriction on the area or anything like that. We've got a minimum ride height when we're in the paddock, but clearly when you move, that will heave down. So, it's nowhere near as prescriptive as most formula are.
But the revolution in the last year or two has been these tiny cars with very, very light weight and lots of power. So the Firestorm weighs what, 500 kilos or maybe less?
We think it's about 450, depending on how many fluids are in it. Maybe a bit more than that, 460. So it's incredibly light, but it's not as light as the bike engine cars. I think Richard in the supercharged Raptor will be mid 300s.
But you've got a Cotswold XD, is it, in the back? Producing what, 600 or so?
In between 500 and 600. It really, depends on the dyno and what pub you're in, I think.
Sure. And the atmosphere, I suppose.
Yeah, altitude. I mean, It's going to be mid 500s. It's a plethora. And enough. Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah. It's really you spend a lot of time now in 1,000 horsepower supercar or whatever, and you think, guys, come on, at 450 or 460 kilos and 600 brake, it's ballistic.
Yeah. Have you ever taken it onto a runway and seen what flat out is?
Yes, I have been on a runway and I got flat out and then the fuel pump expired. So I did about 800 metres. Actually, on a runway, you lose the sense of speed. Yeah. You lose that perspective. So if you go somewhere like Silverstone in a car like that, I mean, it still feels quick. Yes. But the amazing thing about, say, rallying or sprinting or hill climbing is the proximity to the walls and spectators and things like that.
Yeah, circuit limits don't really apply, do they?
No. We don't, if you break the track limits, you're in the wall. Yeah. Which I quite like. I think that challenge is unique to our sport.
It's a real discipline, hill climbing, because you're competing with yourself as much as with the others.
We have such a lovely atmosphere, and I get on really well with. Sean was just making silly faces at me, for example. Yeah. It's a great group of people, and there really isn't much gamesmanship. So I feel like I'm competing with myself as much as anything else.
Now here's a contrast. We've looked at the leading runners in the British Hillclimb Championship, but hill climbing embraces a huge variety of cars, and I was going to say the other end of the scale, that wouldn't really be fair, but the more interesting end of the scale for lots of people are the historic cars, the classic cars, and here's a perfect example in the 1951 Allard, which is driven by Chris Pring. Chris, this car's got a terrific history, hasn't it?
It does, yeah. It was made for an Irish racing driver, Ulsterman called Desmond Titterington, and he took delivery of it after it was exhibited at the Festival of Britain in 1951. Took it over to Ireland, and it was really his first sort of serious racing car. Right. And he hill climbed it and circuit raced it. He won the Leinster Trophy, which was the big Irish sports car race in 1952. And it was as a result of that he then went on to drive for Ecurie Cos and Jaguar, and ultimately the Mercedes sports car team. It's it's class winner at Crogantlet in 52 and 53, right. And Bowness and Rest and Be Thankful, class winner in those years as well. He then sold it to a Scotsman called Jimmy Braid, who took it over to Calcutta in India, and then raced over there for good 10 years, mainly by a chap called Alan Ramsey, who won the Calcutta Grand Prix in 1958 and 1960 in the car. And then I discovered it sort of in the 2000, and it was all in bits.
Boxes of bits.
Boxes of bits. It came back and took 10 years to restore, and I've been competing in it for the last 7 or 8 years.
Was one of the bits the original body?
The original parts of the doors. So the doors are original.
Right.
The chassis and all the running gear and everything like that. Yeah. But we had to make, the bonnet is an original Allard J2 bonnet, but the rest of the body was made. That was a big part of the project.
Well, it's a treat looking at this lovely car. Chris, have a great weekend.
Thank you. Thanks. Good to see you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Prescott Live for the afternoon runs. We'll be starting in just a couple of minutes with the class runs once again in the Midland Championship. The saloons kicking us off very, very shortly indeed. So just a couple of minutes to go to the scheduled restart. Just to recap how we pretty much rounded things off this morning with the first top 12 run off of the day. It was a win for number 1 Wallace Menzies with a time of 35.46 seconds, just a tenth of a second quicker than Sean Gold, who did a 35.56, and Wallace just 0.05 of a second off the outright hill record. In third place, it was number 2 Alex Summers, 36.18. Then Scott Moran, number 8, 36.50. And Richard Speddin, number 4, 37.20. So that's the top 5 in the runoff from this morning. Another runoff to come later on this afternoon, of course, and with temperatures starting to rise a little bit now at Prescott's and putting in an appearance, then maybe we could be in for even quicker times. Could we see the outright hill record go? Well, we will find out a little bit later on in the afternoon. But before that, we will be seeing the class runs just as soon as we get the all clear. It looks like the clerk of the course jumping into his Peugeot, ready to head up the hill and open things up very, very shortly indeed. Just a quick reminder that there's more action here in just 2 weeks' time here at Prescott when the Vintage Sports Car Club come for their 2-day meet using the short hill, the short course for that meeting, as is traditional. They return, in fact, I think in September for a 1-day meeting using the long course, but they also in September, the British Hillclimb Championship comes back here to Prescott. And then in October there is a season finale meeting as well to look forward to. So plenty more action still to come here at Prescott later in the year. But we'll be getting back underway with the class runs in just a minute or two. Really is great to see spectators back on the banking once again here at Prescott after these difficult times we've had through last year and so far this year. Warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for your support. And welcome to everyone watching on live stream wherever in the world you are. We've had messages from all over the world already today, and we always welcome those messages. If you want to get in touch, please do so. And we'll try and find time to read some more of those messages out as we receive them. So the cross car making its way back down the hill, and we wait for the first cars to make their way out, and it is, I think, by the looks, going to be the Bugattis coming out for their timed run. And up to the line comes 290 Edmund Burgess in that beautiful Type 51 Bugatti. 2.3 litre engine, of course. Get ready for the first timed run of the day to get underway then. And away goes Edmund Burgess then in that wonderful Type 51. 69 miles an hour under the bridge. It's very respectable speed indeed for a car that is pre-World War, is indeed pre-World War II. Car around the Tories and trying hard as he goes up the hill to Pardon. Left-hand hairpin on into the S's, and it makes such a lovely sight seeing these Bugattis on the hill. Celebrating the heritage of this venue. Colin Bullock brings his Type 51 up towards the Tories and around the Tories. Really a more appropriate name for the corner that Bugatti is taken. 54.2 seconds then for Edmund Burgess. As Colin Bullock exits Pardon in his Type 51. He goes through the S's. And it is a 59.72 then for Colin Bullock. So what better way to get the action underway for the afternoon than with seeing a couple of beautiful Bugattis going up the hill. We'll turn our attention now though to some more modern machinery, the contenders in Class A of the Midland Hillclimb Championship. And we should be starting with car number 20, the Renault Clio, 2-litre Renault Clio of David Garnett, who I can see sitting patiently in the paddock waiting to come out onto the hill. In fact, before that, we're going to get a second run for the Bugattis, and straight back up, having come down the return road, and straight back onto the line. It is the 290 machine of Edmund Burgess. Away he goes. Into the Tories once again then. Just drifting it around there very nicely indeed. On up to Pardon. Edmund then powers his way up through the S's. impressive sights, as we now see Colin Bullock in the second of the two Bugattis. 56.28 the time then for Edmund Burgess on his second run. Colin heads around Pardon. It's a little bit out of shape coming around there. So sorted. Comes away once again. To the Asses then. Classic machines, but both drivers certainly not afraid to try in them as he comes around semicircle over the line, and because of time of 59.30 as David Garnett gets underway in the Renault Clio, first of the Midland Championship runners. In the saloon category, of course, 2-litre machine, this Clio. Car then through Pardon on up into the Asses. Wide on the exit there of the Asses, just out onto the concrete slabs on the outside. So from one French car we go to a slightly older French car. It's the Peugeot 205 of David Wilson, a 1.9 litre version of the 205 GTI. Through Pardon already, was quicker on the opening part of the hill. Meanwhile, Robin Holden in the Mazda Roadster. Yeah, 1900cc, 50.24 is the time recorded by David Wilson, then car number 21. Mazda continues its way up the hill in the hands of Robin Holden, as I say. Completes the S's as we switch to the Lotus Exige of Simon Curtin as he goes around Pardon. The bright yellow Lotus. Number 23, 52.03 for Robin Holden. Simon Curtin, just a little bit wide coming out the S's there, but not nothing too spectacular. James Kern, number 24 now then in the Peugeot 205. This one is a 2-litre machine. 2 miles an hour slower under the bridge than Simon Curtin, who records a 49.43 in the Lotus Exige. As James brings the Peugeot around Pardon and up into the S's. Peugeot, which has enjoyed a lot of success in rallying over the years and still campaigned by a lot of club in rallying. As the Renault Clio 197, Dave Warner, car number 25, makes his way out of Ettores. Time of 49.70, the time for James Kerr in the Peugeot 205. Renault Clio, I suppose, a very similar concept to the 205, the front-wheel drive hot hatch, albeit a later model. Another of the Mazdas, MX-5, the 1.6 litre version of Sebastian Cartwright, is car number 26. 52.04 the time for Dave Warner as he goes over the finish line. And the Mazda, the smaller engine version, been produced over the years as 1.6 litre, 1.8 litre and 2 litre across the MX-5, and this the smallest of those, the 1.6, in the hands of Sebastian Cartwright. Comes around the S's and we see the Lotus Elise of Tony Adams, car number 27, his way up out of Ettores. We look for a time for Sebastian Cartwright, 58.54, the time recorded by the Mazda MX-5. As Michael Thompson brings his Honda S2000 under the bridge and towards Ettores. 2-litre high revving Honda engine in the bonnet. 49.22, the time for Tony Adams, 27 in the Lotus Elise. Meanwhile, Michael Thompson continues his way up then in the Honda. Pushing quite hard to the S's, using all of the road. Through semicircle up to the line, and the time is 48.85. Next up, it's the Renault Clio 182 of Ian Richards, car number 720. He comes under the bridge, 62 miles an hour then for the road-going saloon car. Comes around the Torres. Pardon, comes the Renault Clio. This is completed then for that machine, and you see once again the Peugeot 205 721, this time Robert Wilson. 1900cc machine. 53.38 is Ian Richards' time in the Renault Clio. Makes, despite being the older car, makes a quicker start. Can he maintain that advantage all the way up the hill? We're waiting to see. We'll know any moment now because he's about to go over the line, and we cut to 49.58 then. Meanwhile, John Maycock is in the Mazda Roadster now, car number 722, 69 miles an hour under the bridge, very respectable speed for a road-going car. Takes it around, pardon, 1884cc then, the Mazda Roadster. Right out to the edge as he comes out of the S's. Up to the finish line to record a time of 50.07 seconds. As we see just finishing negotiating the Tories, Simon Tarling in the Porsche GT3 machine. This is a 996 version, 3.6 litre engine. He managed to get up to 75 miles an hour as he went under the bridge. Another 911, this is the 997 model, Robert Lancaster Gay, car number 31, the white machine. Slightly slower under the bridge, 69 miles an hour, 49.21 the time for Simon Tarling, number 30 in his Porsche. Out of the S's into semicircle, on up to the finish line to record a time of 48.55 seconds. As off the line goes the beautiful looking Alfa Romeo 4C of Rodney Isles, 78 miles an hour under the bridge. Good opening turn of speed then for this glorious looking car. Highly appropriate registration on the back. Gives up a lot in terms of CC to the Porsches. What can he do in terms of time is the question. Just a 1.8 litre engine, but a very lightweight car. He comes up the line to record a 47.29, impressive time for the Alfa Romeo 4C as Richard York in his GT3 997.2 version, 3.8 litre engine. his way up the hill. It does look make a great sight coming through the S. It's very different, of course, from the Bugattis we saw a little while ago, but a classic profile nonetheless on the 911. We switch to David Meek, car number 35 in the Vauxhall VX220 Turbo. So these are turbocharged engine, powering the Vauxhall sports car. 52.41 then for Richard York, his time. As David Meek continues his way up the hill. To the line with a time recorded of 50.18. The Porsche 911, slightly earlier version than the ones we've been seeing so far this afternoon. There's Peter Herbert, car number 36, with the 3.6 litre engine powering it. 69 miles an hour under the bridge for the 911. He completes the S's. And we see Phil James in the Porsche Cayman, this time 3.4 litres power unit for the Cayman. 50.58 seconds for Peter Herbert then. As 37, Phil James then continues his way up to the S's. Back to 911 action now, in the 70s era model of Ross MacDonald, 3.3 litre engine. Managing to power it up to 69 miles an hour at the bridge, where Phil James completes the run in 51.59 seconds in the Porsche Cayman. Ross MacDonald putting in quite a good looking performance in his older 911. Comes to complete the run and a time of 50.81 for Ross MacDonald. Dave Nixon is in the 2 litre Subaru Impreza, 4-wheel drive machine of course, car number 40. And under the bridge at 64 miles an hour. The newer version Impreza of Justin Andrews 2.2 litre machine car number 41 rounds Azores, as 53.45 is the time recorded by Dave Nixon in his Impreza. What can Justin Andrews do? We'll find out in a little while as he goes through the S's. And looks to be pushing quite hard. He comes around the final part of S's. Towards the line. The time then 47 seconds. Good time there for Justin Andrews. In the Caterham Supersport 1600 is Bruce Bosley, car number 50. Not the biggest engine version of the Supersport, but this car's always handled very, very well. He gets around Pardon. Heads on up the hill. As I say, a number of different interpretations we see, say, of the original Lotus 7 here this weekend. This Caterham Supersport is followed by the Westfield SCI 2 litre machine of Timothy Higgins, car number 53. Bruce Bosley records a time of 54.59 in the Supersport. How can Timothy Higgins do? What use can he make of the extra CC that he has power in his Westfield? He does a time of 49.89. As we switch to, in my opinion, a very attractive looking Fiat X19 of Martin Rutter, car number 60, 1400 cc's. Mid-engine configuration, of course, on the X19. So the S's then goes the little Italian sports car. And he crosses the line with a time of 55.96. And we see Andrew Russell in the Ginetta G15. Good time, good speed under the bridge, 70 miles an hour for the 120cc car. Very lightweight, of course. And Andrew Russell making full use of the nimble handling as he goes through the S's. The modified Vauxhall Nova 1400cc machine number 62, Phil Tucker. Next, 50.91 is Andrew Russell's time in the Ginetta. As Phil Tucker comes around Pardon then. Onwards and upwards. Popping and banging in the background, that was the Hillman Imp 998cc machine of Eric Murray, which unfortunately has come to a very rapid stop, some sort of mechanical problem, I'm afraid, for the Hillman Imp. 49.12 the time for the Ginetta, but Eric Murray not going to record a time, or is he? Because he moves off again. He's had no assistance, so he's making his way slowly up the hill now. And will, I presume, be able to continue and record a time, albeit not a very competitive one, of course. He goes around Bugatti, around the Taurus, I'm sorry, and on up to Pardon. Hillman Imps had a reputation of not being the most reliable cars mechanically, certainly didn't look after them very well. I'm sure Eric looks after his, but having owned a couple of road-going Imps, or an Imp and a Singer Chamois, I can vouch for their slightly temperamental nature, shall we say. So Eric looks to be back up to speed now after whatever happened at the bottom of the hill. Obviously it's not going to be a competitive time now, 82.26 seconds. While Gavin Neat is on his way in the Peugeot 106 1360cc machine car number 64. Neat managed to get up to 73 miles an hour as he came under the bridge for a little 1400cc saloon car, not too bad at all. So he completes the S's. Time will be 48.62 seconds. Now we see the beautiful Aston Martin Vantage of Andy Fraser. This car purpose built for hill climbing, some 400 kilograms lighter than the road going version would be. So very, very good power to weight ratio for the V8 4.3 litre Aston Martin Vantage. Around the S's. Should that be through the S's? Peter Turnbull there trying quite hard by the looks of it in the Porsche Cup machine, the 997 3.6 litre Porsche. Same specification as the cars that raced in the Cups. It supports what at that time was supporting Formula 1. He comes in towards the line, and it's a time of 47.01 then for Peter Turnbull. He's followed by one of the classic renditions of the 911, the RSR, 3.8 litre machine of Paul Howell's car number 73. OSR was very much a competition inspired machine where many of the creature comforts were foregone to save weight. Pardon comes the yellow RSR. He was 72 miles an hour going over the bridge. He's pushing hard coming out the end of the S's there, right out to the edge through semi, and then records a very impressive 44.85 second time. Meanwhile, we turn the clock back a little bit further in 911 history with the 3 litre 911 of Richard Jones from the dating back to the 1970s. Once again. This is safely completed then for Richard Jones as we switch to Jeff Tremlow in the Subaru Impreza 2.5 litre version of the Impreza, car number 80. As Richard Jones records a 49.51 in the 911. Miles an hour under the bridge for the Impreza. 2.5 litre machine of Jeff Twemlow. Somewhat different Subaru will be coming up the hill very shortly. And that noise heralds the Subaru Legacy of Damien Bradley, car number 81, 2.35 litres, producing seemingly something like 800 horsepower and going under the bridge at 75 miles an hour. 53.06 the time for the Impreza. What can the Legacy do? He's around Pardon. The S's then goes the Legacy. His time over the line will be 44.1 seconds for Damien Bradley, car 81 in the Legacy. Another WRC World Rally car inspired Japanese machines, the Mitsubishi Evo 6 2.3 litre car of Stephen Moore on the hill now, a car number 82. Somewhat different to the Impreza, with various devices like active yaw control to aid handling on it. Stephen Moore with a time of 45.06 seconds in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Phil Fisher is car 90 in the Westfield SE 2000. He goes around Pardon now. He was under the bridge at 72 miles an hour. The 7 machine is the Caterham 7 of Raymond Law, car 91. 48.46 seconds for Phil Fisher in the Westfield. The Caterham with just a few more cc, 2068 to be precise. Richard Price in the smaller engine, 1441cc Caterham 7 makes his way. Raymond Law does a 48-second dead ascent of the Prescott Hill in that Caterham 7. Meanwhile, Richard Price looks to have gone straight on at Pardon, so I think we may well see, I'm sure we will see in fact, a red flag, because Richard Price just, as I say, off into the gravel at Pardon. We see the replay from a different angle, but Cleveland is braking way too late. A little bit of a lock-up, but it was too late to do much about it by then, and he is in the gravel. And well, looks a-okay, but the car well and truly beached there in the gravel trap, which is the whole point of that, to slow the machines up before they reach anything too solid, and it looks to have done that. The problem now is for the marshals to drag it back out to the gravel, and they're certainly doing their best. A couple of marshals there trying very hard to extricate that caterham, but they may need some mechanical assistance possibly to pull it out. Or maybe just a few more marshals, because it looks like it's coming out now. The telehandler is on its way up the hill. We'll have to wait and see whether it's needed or not, though. Confirmation that the marshals have managed to use human power to get the car out of the gravel. Just brushing off as much of that gravel off the car as they can to stop it being deposited on the hill, which will just leave them with more sweeping to do. Doing a quick 3-point turn, then the caterham to come back down to the paddock, and then we'll be able to get the action back underway again. Well, a 3-point turn not going quite to plan. More manpower needed, or person power needed, to get the caterham 7 pointing in the right direction. So Richard Price then is now heading back down the hill. Driving on the grass to keep any gravel off the tarmac. And he is almost back down. We have to wait for the telehandler to get back down here as well, and then we will be able to get the time runs going once again.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance to cover owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. And to find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
So just a little bit more clearing up to be done, but pardon, and then we can get the time runs back underway. You see the marshals all working hard, having swept the course, and they will make sure it is as clear as possible to give everyone a level playing field, as it were, when they negotiate the hill. That's not a contradiction in terms. Looks like the just a little bit more sweeping, and then we will be able to get back underway. Red flag still out on the hill at the moment here at Prescott, but getting very close to a restart now, I'm sure. The gravel traps do a very good job of slowing the cars down safely. The only slight downside is that sometimes it can pull the gravel out onto the tarmac, but better that than cars going careering into solid banks and so on. So we've got the all clear then. The red flags are coming in. And our next car will be up to the line in just a moment, I believe. And that is going to be Phil Goff, I think number 93 in the motorcycle engine from the engine out of a Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc engine then powering this Caterham. And away then goes Phil Goff. Can he manage under the bridge? 71 miles an hour, very respectable time for this Hayabusa powered Caterham, which goes around the Torres on up to Pardon, he won't want to emulate the car that went before him, and he doesn't. He gets safely around the hairpin there. Into the S's he goes. That bright green machine. Pushing out to the very edge of the track as he comes out of the S's, and under the bridge goes Philip Cook in his 1585cc Caterham Superlight. Number 95 once again. I think it's a Hayabusa engine power unit in that Caterham, but a slightly larger one. Steve Garner goes off the line, car number 96. We'll pick him in a moment, but we watch the end of the run for Philip Cook. That is Steve Garner in the Vauxhall powered Westfield 7, just 2.1 litres the capacity, 44.28 seconds for Phil Cook then in that Hayabusa powered machine. As Steve Garner comes through the S's, right up to the edge of the track once again then, as another Hayabusa powered Caterham makes his way up the hill. Number 97 is Andrew Griffiths. He went under the bridge at 84 miles an hour, 43.21 the time for Steve Garner. Griffiths now in the Hayabusa powered machine, hanging the tail out a little bit there as he came out of the semicircle and does a very good 41.34 seconds. Simon Jenks is in a Caterham Super Sport, car number 98. S's. He went under the bridge at a very respectable 83 miles an hour. He hangs the tail out just a little bit as he comes out of the S's around the semicircle up to the line, and his time is 42.93. So again, some quick times put in this afternoon. Tim Painter is out there now in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, car number 770. Fabulous looking machine, and pardon them for the Aston, and I thought he was slowing actually, but he seems to be okay now as he goes up through the S's. Up to the line then comes the Aston Martin with a time of 47.23 seconds. As around Pardon goes Ash Mason, car number 99 in his 1.3 litre Westfield SEI. Ash Mason goes over the line, 41.27 seconds for the Westfield SEI. Now we have the Westfield SE2000, car number 790 of Ben Fisher, going around the Torres. On through Pardon, the yellow machine. Ben Fisher there. And we see Joy Hoyle, in the Caterham 7 2 litre, 2.1 litre in fact, 49.23 seconds, the time for Ben Fisher. Joe continues her way up through the S's. Famous name in motorsport for any Welsh fan is Tom Price, car 792. Strictly speaking, just to share his name with the Welsh Grand Prix start, should be spelled with a Y. Tom Price then in the Caterham 740cc machine, pushing his way up the hill. He goes under the line to record a 41.95 second run. Number 100 is Martin Watts with the Silver Riot 998cc Yamaha motorcycle engine powering the Silver. Different looking machine, very nimble. Indeed, comes into Barden. Speed under the bridge, 77 miles an hour for the little 1000cc motorcycle engine car. Very lightweight, of course, as we keep saying with these motorbike engine cars. What they lose in cc, they gain in reduced weight reduction. 45.63 seconds then for Martin Watts. Mark Puddle is in the RM Lakota. This one Hayabusa engine machine. I believe they're built in Scotland. It's not a machine that I'm particularly familiar with, if I'm honest. Pedaling it pretty well at the moment. We switch to a Lola T492 3.2 litre machine of Graham Lokes, about 110. Mark Puddle's time 47.89 seconds in the RM Dakota. But back to the Lola now of say Graham Lokes, car number 110. Comes around semicircle and records a time of 47.01 seconds, while we see a rather special Mini on the hill. That's the Morris Mini Evo of Alan MacDonald, 2.4 litres, four-wheel drive. I think it may well be Mitsubishi running gear, judging by the capacity and the fact that it's four-wheel drive. With a lightweight fiberglass mini body covering the mechanicals. And he goes under the finish banner in time of 43.49 seconds. As we see the first single-seater of the afternoon, the Jedi 4 of Robert Kappa. Jedi motorcycle engine, really following on the tradition of the old 500cc Formula 3 of the 1950s, with cars like Coopers with Jet V-twin engines in them. A similar sort of idea, concept, I suppose, with Robert, with the Jedi. 80 miles an hour under the bridge for a 600cc engine is not bad at all. He goes through the S's. What sort of time does he set? As he goes over the line, the time will be 45.83 seconds. Now it's another similar car but different chassis. It's the OMS Hornet 599cc of Chris Howard Harris. And right out to the edge of the road and kicking up a little bit of dust there, Chris Howard Harris in the Hornet. Meanwhile, we get another OMS, but from 600cc we go to 1 litre, because this is the car number 130 of Rob Penrose. And, we look for a time to register for the Hornet. And thought he would have been over the line by now. Not quite sure what's happened there, to be honest, because there's no time come up then for Chris Howard Harris at the moment. Robert Penrose, meanwhile, is in a 46.43. Adam Greenan then in the Empire Evo 2 1070cc car makes his way up the hill. And under the finish banner goes Adam Greenham to do a 38.34 second run. Good run there for Adam. Richard Summers now in the Firehawk. DJ Firehawk makes his way up. Adam, of course, was in the top 10 runoff, or top 12 runoff, I should say, this morning, sorry. And we'll be looking to do the same again, no doubt. And just for the moment lost the time, unfortunately, for the car of Bob Penrose. Steve Marr goes off the line with the prototype car designs S1100 Saxon, 93 miles an hour under the bridge. The car was, I say, just 1100 cc's. He goes around into the S's. Semicircle up to the line, and his time 39.69 seconds. As rounding a Tories, we see James Moore, car 136 in the 1 litre Empire 00. He came over the bridge at 89 miles an hour, so the speed's coming up now as we see more and more of these single seaters tackling the hill for the afternoon. Oh, and a little bit tail happy coming out of the S's there. He rounds semicircle, comes up to the line at 41.71 seconds. Mark Slanker, number 137, is in the 998cc Ford Chase Force HC. He rounds the second of the hairpins at Pardon. Out of the S's. Looks like it could be a good run then for Mark as he heads for the finish line. It's a 41.56 second run. 138 Keith Weeks then in the Image FF5 998cc machine once again. And he comes through the S's. Very competitive class, this up to 1 litre single seaters class. And his time 42.83 seconds. As we see David Tatham in the OMS Hornet 1070cc machine, comes under the bridge at very respectable 94 miles an hour, just 2.18 seconds for the first 64 feet of the run. And just thought he was going to go for cricket then for the S's, but he held on to it. And out of the S's he comes into semicircle, rounds that one, and will go over 40, but only just 40.55 seconds then for 140 David Tatham. And as we have a slight lull, I will vacate the seat once again for Chris Ruick.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance to cover owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. And to find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. Okay, we're back in action with Richard Walker. Sharing this car, it's the Mark IV Jedi, so we're into the 600cc class. Respectable start, 2.48, 79, that's pretty good for 600ccs, round Orchard. Takes the correct line at Torres, a late turn in, lines him up nicely for the squirt downhill to Pardon. His partner in crime did a 45.83. So what can Richard do? It'll be similar, I think. Might be a fraction quicker. It is, it's a 44.92. On his way, Bob Penrose, father of Rob, who will be in this car in a few minutes' time. It's OMS, it's one of their early carbon fiber tub cars with a 1 litre Suzuki engine. Not quite as quick through the bridge as the previous car, but respectable and wideish centre of the road round semicircle. It's a 46.95. Now Andrew Greenan, can he qualify for the runoff like his brother Adam did first runoff? He's quick, 98 up to Orchard, clinging to the inside track round at Torres, sparks flying from the bottom of the car. Adam on his second run did a 38.34, very similar to his first run. What does Andy do? He does a 38.54, almost identical to his first run time. Here comes Debbie Dunbar, rushing off the line, 2.04. That's a brilliant start by Debbie. Sharing this car with Richard Summers. I think Debbie's in line for the ladies' record here before very long. 94 at bridge miles an hour. Probably means pushing 100 miles an hour into Orchard Corner. Absolutely perfect line through the S's. Neat and tidy, no dramas. And hugs the inside of semicircle. This will be good. 39, very good. 39.52 for Debbie. Here's Richard Weaver, having his first season, I think, in this Formula Ford Van Diemen. Great to have a good group of Formula Ford cars. Usually it's one or two. This weekend we got 5, and they're all different, all from different little manufacturers. Richard is followed by Les Buck in the perhaps the smallest manufacturer. Pringgett made 17 of these cars. Most of them went off to driving schools, I think, which is why they were built with fully adjustable seats and steering columns. Time for Richard Weaver was a 49.67. What can Les Buck do? Can he get into the 40s? Yes, I think he probably will. Yes, comfortably. 49.1 for Les Buck. Swift made Formula Ford cars and Formula Ford 2000 and a few Formula 3 cars, and very high quality. This was a Formula Ford from 1993. when really Formula Ford was at its peak. It seems to have lost a certain amount of popularity in recent years. Jeremy Jones, 51.64. Now, what can Nicky do in the Lotus 61? Wide out of S's, but that's okay. No one gets punished for exceeding track limits. You punish yourself by going up the green bank. Nicky, I think that's her best time today, 50.37. So those are the Formula Fords having their private battle. Quickest of whom was Les Buck in the Pringet. Now then, we move on a class.
L, M and N, please go to your cars and await your master's instructions. Thank you.
Coming to the line in the GR59, Alan Warburton, whose son David ended up 7th equal in the last runoff just before lunch. This car has a very clever way of connecting the engine to the transmission, because usually these bike engines are sideways across the side of the tub, but this one is fore and aft with a very neat shaft drive to the differential at the back. 101 for Alan round Orchard. And no dramas at all. Hunks the inside curb at Ed Torres. It was a brilliant start though, 2.05 for 64 feet, very nearly 1 force of gravity, 1 G of acceleration. Will this get Alan into the runoff? Possibly, 38.69, good run though for Alan Warburton. On the line, Olivia Cooper, sharing with husband Liam in this 1600cc Force TA. These are unblown 1600s, which has always been a very competitive class, particularly the battle between Force, Empire and Gould. Sorry, it isn't Olivia, it's Liam, it's hubby. Having a go. And having a go to good effect. 93 miles an hour through the speed trap at Bridge. This should be just in the 40s. 40.75. Good run by Liam. Followed by Caroline Ryder in the Empire Wraith, with which they had a lot of difficulty yesterday because a linkage in the front shockers broke and they had to send somebody down to Bridge, is it Bridge North, to get a replacement partner. Of course got caught up in all the weekend traffic around Bristol. I don't mean Bridge North. Anyway, Caroline finishes with a 41.95. Here's Charles Hall, who was a sensation at the spring Prescott meeting. He'd never seen Prescott before, never tried a hill climb before, never driven the car before. qualified what would have been 5th had he been entered for the championship. Absolutely inch perfect through S's. Will it qualify him? 38.02. 38.02. Remember, this is the car that Zach Zammit qualified in the first runoff. Here's Jason Cunnicliffe in by Evo 2. See the bump in the nose cone to accommodate the monoshock. This will be a quick run. Should be in the low 40s, I think. It's better than that. It's 39.76 for Jason Tunnicliffe. Slight oversteering moment for Darren Gumley in Orchard. Won't have cost him more than maybe a tenth. Straightens up the S's as much as he possibly can. Neil Cole sets off from the start line, and Darren 39.05. Neil 86 through the speed trap. 2.21 is a very respectable start. 64 feet. Number of cars sparking as they go over the small bumps. On the line is Einon Price, who was equal 7th in the first runoff. There he goes. Not getting. We will get times on the screen very shortly. Einon, his first runoff time was 37.61, which is a storming run. Time for Neil Coles was 42.03. Einon on his way to the finish. It'll be in the 37s, I think. Clock is ticking. 38.11 for Einon Price. Here's Tom Weaver, son of Richard, in the Van Diemen. Tom took the Van Diemen through the speed trap at 69. And heads for the finish, rounding semicircle. And completes his run with the 48.61. We're back in view on the screen. Hope you didn't miss too much on the live screen to see David Warburton rocketing off the line. 1.96 for 64 feet is, I think, just about the quickest today. 102 through the bridge. Here's David on the screen in this fabulous GR59 with its 1600 Hayabusa engine, fore and aft. Very clever transmission to the differential. Now, David, where did David come in he was equal 7th in the runoff. Will qualify, I'm sure, with a 37.4. That's excellent. Actually quicker than he did in the runoff. He did a 37.61. Here is Olivia sharing the car with Liam Cooper. hill climbing in her blood. Her dad, Richard Brown, held the course record at Chelsea Wash in an MP58 pill beam for a long, long time, before it was finally beaten by Martin Groves. 101 for Olivia, and a good start at 2.14. She's really got the hang of getting this car off the line. It's in the genes, you know. Now, straightens up the S's. Tiny bit of a slide on the way under braking for the last S. Don't think it'll have cost her more than a tenth or so. 40.18. Yeah, it might have cost her 1.8 tenths. Matthew Ryder brings the Empire Wraith to the line. Great to see all their hard work yesterday. Getting this car fixed is paying off. It'd be lovely if Matthew can get in the runoff. Well, it's a pretty good start, 2.11, 100 or so, 99 around Orchard. Generating, getting on for 3G, lateral around Orchard. Car going fine. Slightish pause halfway around at Torres, but then gets the power nicely down. Will it be in the 38s? Not quite, I don't think. Yeah, it is. 38.83 might qualify. Zach Zammit probably will qualify. I hope that's not putting complications first on him. But Zach over from Malta for this event. And it's great to see him again after months being unable to escape the island. Hasn't lost any of his driving skill. Ooh, a slight oversteering moment out of S's when the power comes in, but it's a 37.62. That should qualify Zach again for the top 12 runoff, which takes place after these cars have finished their class runs. So we're into the fastest of the racing cars, and then there'll be a bit of a pause while we work out who has qualified, let them get all prepared and ready, perhaps slap some newer tyres on the car, and we're looking forward to a really exciting second runoff. The first one was incredibly close. Wallace Mingus won it with a 35.46. Sean Gould was second with a 35.56, a tenth of a second between them. On the line, Trisha Davies, early-ish Reynard chassis, Reynard from 1991, but into which husband Terry has placed this miraculous little 2-litre V8 engine based on two Yamaha engines on a common crankcase. It's a genius job of engineering and very much in demand. As we've seen, Jonathan Varley, I think, in the little Predator, has the latest TKD engine that Terry has made. Tricia has just done just about every job in hill climbing, marshalling, driving, clerk of the coursing, and ran the Bugatti Spares for a long time, and records a 42.32. Is Nicola Dearden, who's sharing the Delara from 1994 with Andrew Henson down from Lancashire. They've shared this car for a number of years. Nicola, always neat and tidy, not especially quick, but having fun and allowing us to admire the lines of these lovely Formula 3 Delaras. So Jonathan Evans in the Swallow heads for semicircle. Josh Moss who actually is lying in second place in the Midlands Hillclimb Championship at the moment in his Vauxhall powered Dallara 399. So he's had a good season. Be lovely for him to get in the runoff, but I think that's quite a challenge for Josh. Not a trace of understeer or oversteer in the S's. Really hugs the inside curb and records a 40.29. Won't qualify, but it's a good run. Now Tim Elmer's got a similar Dallara chassis, but with a V8 TKD engine in the back. Not that much more power than the Vauxhall, but probably pulls better from lower revs. So Tim heads for the finish. Can he get it? No, not quite under 40 seconds, 40.75. Lovely to see a Pilbeam on the hills still. The MP88 Pilbeam that Mike Tregoning has had for a number of years. Tried all sorts of engines in it, but settled finally on the Ford Duratec, and he's happy with that. Comes all the way up from Cornwall. Really enjoys his weekends away hill climbing. Here's Jonathan Varley. We'll keep an eye on Michael's time. It's a 42.09, but Jonathan with the little Predator 106 under his bridge. This has got the little 2-litre TKD squeezed into the back of it. It's a brilliant bit of packaging. If you're here in person, do have a look in the paddock at this fantastic little car. Built by Graham Wright Jr., ex-Hillclimb champion, of course, up near Aberdeen. He's building and has built a number of these Predators to be fitted with all sorts of engines. Jonathan's had a Cosworth BDG in it last year, but now this lovely TKD engine. 38.13. Now then, does that qualify Jonathan? It did last time. It's exactly the same time as he did in his first runoff to get him into 9th place and score a couple of points. Andrew Colburn's car is interesting. It's a Van Diemen that was built for the Formula Irish, which I must confess I'd never heard of, but was a formula for 2-litre racing cars in Ireland. And he's fitted it with the 2-litre Vauxhall engine. It's a beautiful bit of work. It's a very attractive little Van Diemen. Makes the perfect, relatively inexpensive hill climb car. A lot of fun. If you're interested, if you're watching and interested in taking up hill climbing, don't forget there's a driving school here at Prescott, half a dozen times a year. It's great fun, great tutors, and a perfect way of starting a hill climbing career. Now then, Richard Spedding. He was in the 38s, first time up. He qualified and ended up 5th in the runoff, the first runoff. Remember, Richard, it's a very small engine. It's a supercharged 1.3 litre engine producing something like 450 horsepower in this tiny car. It's another Raptor like Jonathan's. Ultra lightweight, perfect line out of semicircle to record a good time at 36.93. That'll definitely get him in the runoff. Richard Alexander in the Force PC, sharing with his dad, and sharing it well. 2.06 off the line is very clever indeed. Takes a lot of skill. No dramas at S's. How does he get on at semicircle? Middle of the road, that's okay. Can he get it under 40 seconds? Yes, he can. 39.48, good run. Simon Moyes in another good GR59. Similar setup to the one in the Warburton's car, and indeed in Paul Hames's car as well. In other words, fore and aft Hayabusa shaft drive to the transmission. Can Simon get into the runoff? Probably not with the 39.58, but he'll be happy to be under the 40-second mark. Back to the Force TA, slightly earlier one, doesn't have the bump in its nose cone, in the hands of Kelvin Broad. Kelvin has been hill climbing for a long time, highly experienced, very rapid, and a good start, 2.2, and a good speed under the bridge. Great to watch. And Kelvin, who's hill climbed all sorts of cars, told me at the last Prescott how much he's enjoying this little course. What good time can Kelvin do? Good one, 39.3 for the Kelvin Broad in the Force. Now on the line, the third of our trio of similar GR59s with the 1300 blown engine. Racing cars are not easy to get off the line, and Paul has stalled it without any harm at all. Rear wheels didn't cross the line, so that's fine, he can have another go. First time run, Paul got it slightly sideways into a Torres, which cost him the chance of qualifying. No, he didn't. I'm talking about he qualified and finished 7th in the runoff, so I apologise to him. Quick through the bridge at 109. 16 start. So yeah, this will qualify, I guess, Paul, for our second runoff. Certainly with a 37.41. I would say that's him well in. Remember what we're talking about. Fastest 12 runners who are registered for the championship can take part in the runoff. This is Pete Tatham on the line. Came to the line, retreated a bit, approached again, gets all lined up. Lots of people wonder what the black blade is at the front of hill climb cars. It's the timing strut which breaks the beam. And in the days before you had a timing strut, often with low fronted cars, they would go under the beam and record at the false time. So how's Peter getting on? Fine is the answer to that question. Wide approach into the left-hander at the S's. It'll be a 39 something, I think. It is, it's a 39.88. Now, who's emerging? It'll be the maestro engine builder himself, Terry Davis. Tricia pats the front wheel, wishes him good luck. And of course, Terry's got the little V8 engine comprised of two bike engines on a common crankcase. If we say it enough, everybody will know it. Nicely off the line. 2.2 is pretty good. speed, not ultra quick under the bridge. Remember, this is a 1991 Reynard chassis, but it was a good strong tub. I don't think it's carbon fibre. No, it must be. No dramas for Terry. I don't think he'll qualify. Meanwhile, Andrew Hansen sharing with Nicola Dearden in the 2-litre Dallara. Terry's done a 40.76. He'll be quite happy with that, I guess. Andrew Hansen, Vauxhall powered Dallara from 1994. It's amazing how little Dallara tubs appear to have changed over the years. I think they make small changes every other year or so and persuade the teams to buy the latest version. He's nearing the finish and does so in a time he'll be happy with, 39.69, to be followed by Kevin Creven in the Little Swallow. Slight twitch on the way into Pardon caused a bit of hesitation, which might have cost Kevin 2 or 3 tenths. Here's Ian Tucker in the latest model of OMS from Steve Owen up in Yorkshire. Meanwhile, Kevin finishes in the Swallow with a 45.07. No dramas at the S's, but followed by Lee Griffiths in a similar car, but with a 1660 bike engine in the back. And Ian Tucker finishes with a 45.33. Lee Griffiths, I think, will be nearer the 42nd mark. Glorious countryside. You get a glimpse of it as you see in the distance round semicircle. Good time for Lee, 38.32. I think just outside qualifying time. Temperature's gone up quite a lot since first runoff, still bone dry, so we should be heading for some very quick times in our second runoff, which will be the round 18 of the British Hillclimb Championship, sponsored by Avon. Before we get to the big racing cars, we have a couple of our classic cars. That's the Chevron B19 of Richard and Amanda George and the little Tigger with its Peugeot engine. And I'm going to hand over to Peter, who can handle, he's big enough to handle the big engine cars.
Thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, we've, as Chris said, a couple of classic machines before the big engined single-seaters come out. This is Amanda George and that Chevron B19 that I've been waxing lyrical about all day. The extra Seaford the roof car goes off the line and heads up towards the bridge. 72 miles an hour under the bridge, 2.25 seconds. That initial time, quite impressive, in fact. It's a sports car. Safely around Itores, comes up to Pardon. And on up through the S's. Beautiful looking section of the hill, and also a very demanding section from a driver's point of view. Joe Mackerel, the Tiger SF83 1600cc machine. Car number 930. 48.84 seconds the time for Amanda. And Joe there in that Tiger comes through the S's right out to the edges on the exit there, and into semicircle up to the finish line, and the time for the Tiger 47.22 seconds for car 930 Joe Mackerel. On the line now 880 is Paul Alexander in the 1300cc Force PC. Let's get the power down well off the line, 2.12 seconds and 92 miles an hour is very impressive for a 1300cc machine. He's around Torres. And out of Pardon. Through the S's and comes the Force. And on up into semicircle as we pick up Bernard Keevil in the OMS, 2.8 litre OMS, car 901, 42.98 seconds, the time recorded by Paul Alexander in that Force. Bernard already around Pardon in the OMS. Quite wide on the exit of the S's, but stays on the tarmac. Through right on the edge of semicircle as well, over the line in 41.84 seconds then for Bernard Keevil, car number 901. 902 is the 2.5 litre Gold GR55 of Mark Coley. Goes under the bridge at 102 miles an hour. Torres very cleanly indeed up the hill then to Pardon. Neatly around that hairpin as well, on into the S's. And the tail out just a little bit there in the S's. Out to right to the edge once again on the exit. So this looks like quite a good run for Mark as he goes over the line. 38.93 seconds for Mark. Which I think at the moment, it might just get him into the top 12 as things stand at this moment. But we've now got Lynn Owen 903 in the OMS, 2.7 litre machine sat on the start line. And away he goes. Then up to Pardon. Out of the S's. As we see Graham Wynn in the 4 litre Gould. Car 708 off the line very quickly indeed. 100 miles an hour under the bridge. Around Torres. And a 38.87 then for Graham Wynn. Probably not going to be enough to keep him in the top 12, I wouldn't think. Lindsay Summers is on the line, 702 in the DJ Firestorm. And launches off the line 2.12 seconds, that first time that we see 88 miles an hour under the bridge. The Cotswold powered Firestorm then carries on up through the S's. The S's going to be over the 40-second mark, I think, as it goes over the line. It's a 41.87 in fact, and the next up is car 200. That's John Cotswold in the Dallara F305 machine, 2.65 litres the engine capacity. That I think is the ex-IndyCar motor that gets it up to 104 miles an hour under the bridge. A very good launch off the line then for the Dallara in the hands of Jack Cotswold, who goes around the Tories very cleanly indeed. Time for Jack, 39 seconds exactly, car 200 Jack Cotswold. He was Terry Graves then in the Gould GR 37, 3.5 litres engine power for Terry. Successfully negotiates the S's then in the Gould. Comes up to the finish line with a time of 41.38 seconds. Well, back on the start line it is the Chevron B19 once again, this time with Richard George driving. We saw Amanda George a few moments ago in the car. Now it's Richard's turn, and away he goes. Under the bridge he goes at 68 miles an hour. Chevron B19 then goes around Pardon to the S's. Heads for the line to record a time of 48.22 seconds. On the hill is Robin Johnson, car 230, and the Tiger SF83, 1600cc power for Robin. He goes around Pardon. On the black stuff through the S's, up onto semicircle, up to the line, and the time for Robin Johnson is 48.74 seconds. As away goes 201 Simon Andrews in the OMS 28 2.8 litre machine, under the bridge at 90 miles an hour. And then goes the OMS. Running out very wide on the exits. The S is just keeping off the concrete curbs, however, and the right-hander afterwards under the finish banner. 41.52 seconds then for 201 Simon Andrews, and now up is 202, and that's Andrew Coley in the gold GR55 2.5 litre machine. This was the Cosworth 2.5 litre V6 power unit. Busy getting it lined up, and just wonder what was happening. The driver seemed to be initially waving his hands as if to say something wasn't right, but I think he's okay now. Yeah, no, he's saying no, there seems to be a problem, and he's shut down the power unit. So problem there, unfortunately, for Andrew Coley in the gold, and he's rolling back off the line. Not sure, he seemed to be looking at the gauges on the gold to, and then decided not to take the run, unfortunately. Drops back down away from the start line. So some sort of mechanical issue by the looks of it, unfortunately, for the car, the gold of Andrew Coley. So just a brief lull while we wait for the next car to come up to the line. It is car 203 that will come up then, Stephen Owen in the OMS, 2.7 litre car. Steve Owen then just lining up. Steve with the P0 Avon tyres. Revs rise, and away he goes. And under the bridge at 98 miles an hour, around the left-hander that takes him to Torres. Negotiates the long hairpin into the tighter left-hand hairpin at Pardon, on up to the S's. Exiting the S's, and just running a little bit wide there out of that section of the hill. Cleanly around semi and under the banner. 40.51 seconds then for Stephen Owen. On the line now, it's number 8, Scott Moran. And Scott, who finished on it 4th in the first top 12 runoff today. 110 miles an hour for the 4 litre gold under the bridge. 2.04 seconds that initial time shows just what the acceleration of these single seaters is. Already going through the S's, and this looks like a good run so far as he comes around semicircle up to the finish line. The time for Scott Moran, 36.72 seconds, which really should ensure him of a top 10 runoff. There's about a quarter of a second slower than he was in the top 12 this morning. Sean Gould, meanwhile, in the Gould GR59 JB 4 litre car, 109 miles an hour under the bridge. Placed second in the top 12 runoff this morning behind Wallace Mengies, and can he go one place better? So around the S's, and looking like a good clean run. He comes up to the line, 35.81, so 0.4 of a second off the hill record is Sean Gould. Alex Summers now 112 miles an hour under the bridge in the DJ Firestorm around Torres. Alex, who finished in 3rd place in the top 12 this morning. Coming through the S's then. And again, a very clean looking run as he goes around semicircle over the finish line for 36.53. 36.53 seconds then, the time for Alex Summers. We wait for the next car to come up to line. It will be our top 12 winner of this morning, Wallace Mays in the number 1 car, the Gould GR59M. Wallace did a 35.56, sorry, 35.46 this morning. He was just 0.05 of a second away from the outright hill record. Can he top that now? Just adjusts his visor, making sure everything is a-okay, ready for the run, and away he goes. Plenty of popping and banging. 1.93 seconds for the 64-foot mark. 103 miles an hour. So not the fastest under the bridge by any means, but certainly a quick time and a lot of over 1G of acceleration. And off the line for the Gould, which goes round Pardon already. It's amazing just how quickly they seem to negotiate this hill. These single-seaters are through the S's. Last part of the S's, very cleanly through there. Plenty of space left to the edge of the road. And what will his time be? It's a 36.77 then for Wallace. So car 202 appears to be sorted now. Andrew Crowley coming back up to take his run in the Gould GR55. And unfortunately the car cutting out on the line. He gets it fired back up. The Cosworth V6 motor all ready to go once again. Not sure that the problem is resolved. Unfortunately, but he does get away. In fact, a little bit jerky, but he's off the line. And slow time for the 64-foot mark, but 96 miles an hour under the bridge for Andrew Crowley. And the Tory as he goes. And then the run up to Pardon, left-hander, which he negotiates now. That sounds fine now after those earlier issues. Into the S's. Pushing him up the hill. Through semicircle up to the finish line. 40.75 seconds then, the time for car 202, Andrew Crowley. And I think we will be getting set now for the top 12 runoff. The clerk of the course heads up the hill to make sure all is well before that top 12 runoff gets underway. And to guide you through that runoff, I will be handing you back once again to Chris Druitt.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance to cover owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. And to find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk. Sean, it's really been a revolution in the hill climb cars in the last 5 years, led by you and your dad. Ultra lightweight, really stiff tub, and a big, powerful engine. Let's have a look at this particular car, because for me, the amazing thing about the GR59 is A, it's lightweight, B, the stiffness of the tub. And I think you were telling me that although the tub is effectively looks like one piece, it's three different carbon fibre components.
Yes, it is. It's 3 sections, and the reason for doing that was A, so that we could use different materials, and B, that we could change each section of the chassis without retooling the whole car. So this has got a Judd engine in, you know, the other cars, similar cars have got different engines, so it doesn't limit you then. You don't have to make a complete new mould to change the bit that gets changed in the...
Yeah. And you've got a 4-litre Judd with F1 history? No, with Le Mans history, I guess.
I suppose it's got Le Mans history. I mean, I don't know what it is. It's just an old engine that's been rehacked to make it into something usable for this formula.
But the amazing thing, 4 litres, nevertheless, it's a tiny engine. It's nice, lightweight.
Yes, it is quite a light engine, I think. It's comparable with the XB, you know, the similar engine that Nichols and McLaren's used for years. Yes. So it's about similar weight to that. Sure. And it's very similar horsepower, I think, people say it's 700 horsepower. It's about 640, 650 horsepower.
It's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's enough.
Enough to be going on with.
But it's got quite a lot of torque and a good rev band. Yeah. So, you know.
Am I right in saying you took this to a runway somewhere, 0 to 185 in how many seconds?
Oh, I don't know how many seconds it was, but probably
about 7.
About 7 seconds, something like that. Yeah. I didn't actually time it. I just know that by halfway down the runway, I was sat on the rev limit doing 195.
Wow. So in terms of acceleration up to say 150, it's as quick as an F1 car.
I would say it's as quick as an F1 car to that stage.
And if it's dry, your own record might tumble?
Who knows? Who knows? I've got no idea really.
No.
I maybe got lucky when I did that run. I don't know. You just never know.
Yeah.
To be honest, there's tyres, you know, track conditions, temperature, and everything really, and the want to do it really.
Sean, have a great weekend.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, some old fella asking questions. We're waiting for the round 18 of the British Hillclimb Championship to get underway, and I can give you the runners and the order in which they run for this upcoming round of the championship. So if you're armed with pencil and paper, this is what is going to happen. We kick off, as last time, with Charles Hall in the Empire Wraith, sharing with Zach Zammit. So although he didn't qualify 12th, in fact he qualified halfway down the field, he runs first so that he can come down the hill. He jumps out, Zach Zammit jumps in, and Zach will be running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Anyway, Charles Hall kicks us off. Second up will be Lee Griffiths, who qualified with a 38.32. Charles was a 38.02. Then third runner will be Jonathan Varley, who's just broken the long-standing 2-litre racing car record with a qualifying time of 38.13. Following Jonathan will be Einon Price, very close behind with a 38.11. And then, as I mentioned, Zach Zammit will have hopped into the Empire Wraith. He qualified with a 37.62. Sixth runner is Paul Hames in the GR59 Gould with its blown 1300cc engine, who qualified with a 37.41. Followed closely by David Warburton, qualified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, qualified 6th in a similar car, the GR59, which he shares with his dad. Then 5th fastest qualifier was Richard Spedding in another GR59 with a tiny little 1300 supercharged engine, got it up the hill in 36.93. 4th fastest qualifier, but leading the championship and winning the first runoff was Wallace Minges. He knew he'd qualify. There was no point in going crazy in the qualifying run, so he did a 36.77. And then the top three, third was Scott Moran, sharing, of course, the GR59 with the 4-litre Judd engine with Graham Wynne. And Scotty did a 36.72. Second fastest in the incredible DJ Firestorm was Alex Summers, and our fastest qualifier was our record holder Sean Gould, who qualified with a 35.81. Remember that the record at Prescott, which has stood since September 2019, stands to Sean in 35.41. So we've got good conditions. It's slightly clammy, it's warm enough, it's dry as a bone. So I think from the point of view of both of grip by the tyres and breathing for the engines, we could well be in for that record. I won't say tumbling, but maybe just getting squeezed out a bit. Either way, it's a very close run thing. When you may have just switched on and not seen the first runoff, which took place just before lunch, but it was won by Wallace Minges with a 35.46, and in second was Sean Gould with a 35.56, so a tenth between them. Alex Summers was third with a 36.18, so Alex will be determined to get a bit of revenge this time. We always have a bit of a pause. We've just seen the top cars doing their second class runs, but I can see Charles Hall in the Empire Wraith heading for the exit of the paddock, so we'll very soon be underway with round 18 of the British Hillclimb Championship. Hold on to your hats, it'll be exciting. If you're in foreign parts and haven't seen Prescott before, it's a lovely part of the world. It's a apple orchard nestling in the Cotswold Hills, just over the hill from the town of Cheltenham. So in the Midlands of England, to the left-hand side, heading towards Wales. And if you're over here for a holiday sometime, do try and include the Cotswolds, and do particularly try to include a visit to Prescott. You will enjoy it, no question about it. It's also a very friendly sport. I was noticing poor Dave Uren had an engine failure in his car, his GR55, this morning, and a number of his fellow competitors gathered round to try and help get the engine running. Unfortunately, they weren't able to, so David unfortunately has missed out on these two rounds of the championship. But it indicates that although of course there's fierce rivalry once the light turns green, it's a very friendly and sociable form of motor racing. It's also a very pure form of motor racing, because you're actually competing against yourself as much as anybody else, trying to improve your up-to-date PB, personal best. And so if you're tempted, lots of people don't understand speed hill climbing. They think it's bouncing up muddy tracks. But if you're tempted to have a go, and lots of people start in hot hatches or Caterhams or Westfields, Prescott runs, I think, half a dozen driving schools throughout the year, well, throughout the summer months, where you pick up some terrific advice on how to get the best of a car up a hill like Prescott. I'm repeating myself in case people are turning on for the first time to watch the Prescott live stream, but the hill was discovered. The estate was for sale in 1937, and the Vintage Sports Car Club found it, if you like, or saw it being advertised and came to visit and realized that the drive up to the big house at the top of the hill would make a perfect hill climb, but then realized that they couldn't afford it. And so they spoke to their rich friends in the Bugatti Owners Club, who snapped it up. And this has been the home of the UK Bugatti Owners Club since 1938. And in a fortnight's time, we have the Vintage Sports Car Club coming to Prescott for their annual short hill, short circuit visit, which is a huge event, and during which the car parks are full of vintage cars of all shapes and sizes, and a number of their owners never venture from the car park. They talk to their friends. It's a great social occasion. So that's on the 7th and 8th of August. But the short course is what you can see on the screen now. In other words, the cars go under the bridge and then turn sharp right up to Ettores, and the extension up to, I beg your pardon, turn sharp right up to Pardon. The extension up to Ettores Bend was constructed in 1959 and gave a completely new dimension to Prescott, and you got more of a run for your money. And there was a time, if Richard can kill the event calendar, there was a time, thanks Richard, there was a time when there was a crossover course. If we get the picture from the Ettores camera, here we go, you can see where those two bollards are. Instead of going right the way around Orchard Bend and up to Ettores that way, you went straight on and went round Ettores hairpin, left rather than right. And I think for 3 years or so, we would have a championship meeting on the crossover course, but actually it wasn't a success, because you could imagine all the cambers were all wrong, and people would clang into the Armco, and the club would get very unpopular. So it was pretty short time before crossover course was declared defunct. But if cars have an engine failure or a mechanical failure or a problem at Ettores, the crossover course makes it a nice, easy way to coast back down the hill to the paddock. Just a reminder that our 12 runners in the runoff, which is due to start shortly, are the 12 fastest car and driver combinations registered for the championship in their class runs this afternoon. Charles Hall is going to kick us off, followed by Lee Griffiths, Jonathan Varley, Einon Price, Zachary Zammit, Paul Hames, David Warburton, Richard Spedding, Wallace Minges, Scott Moran, Alex Summers and Sean Gould. So you can really call it the climax of the meeting, and it really is. So cars are lining up and will be appearing very soon. You can see the black lines on the track between, if you like, the pre-start line and the pre-start line, which is where cars can do a few burnouts to heat up the driven tyres, clean the tyres off, but between the pre-start line and the start line you can't continue doing that. And funnily enough, in recent years there's far less burn-ups being done than in my day, which was quite a while ago, when we used to do 6 or 10 burn-ups, practice starts on the way, to get some real heat into the tyres. But the Avon and the Pirelli tyres now for hill climbing are so sticky that you need to clean them a bit, but you don't need really to get a great deal of heat into them to get maximum traction off the line. Again, for newcomers, there's a timing beam 64 feet from the start line, and often people wonder, why 64 feet? Well, because a 2-second run from the start to the 64 foot mark equates to 1 force of gravity, 1 G of acceleration, which of course is like jumping off a building. Sorry, that's not a very good analogy. As Pete, my co-commentator, said, he's never tried it, and I hope he never does. Charles Hall, who's our first runner in the runoff, is a circuit racer. Came to Prescott in the spring meeting, first meeting we could have here this year, jumped in the Empire Wraith that he'd never seen before, and immediately got up the hill in a time that would have qualified him 5th had he been registered for the championship. So he's a natural driver and a very skillful one and brave one as well. So he's our first runner and will be appearing out of the paddock. You just see him in the... Oh, that's a funny picture. You can just see him sitting in the car waiting to be waved through to the start line. Having a quick discussion with Bill Chaplin, who runs Empire Cars, immaculately dressed in t-shirt and shorts. A picture of, I won't say what. It gives me a chance, orange reminds me of the orange suits, gives me a chance to, as always, say a huge thank you to our marshals. They do a great job, rain or shine, heat or cold, and lots of people who want to get involved in motor racing of various forms. Marshalling is a very good way of getting very closely involved, and the British Motor Racing Marshals Club are only too happy to welcome newcomers and provide great training, because it's a highly responsible job. Imagine if a car goes off and a driver is injured. It's a very big job for the marshals to keep everything safe. John Darmanin, thanks at Prescott Speed Hill Climb for streaming this event. You made it a very enjoyable weekend. Well, it's been enjoyable, John, for all of us. And in contrast to the weather forecast we had all week, we've had pretty much a dry weekend. Mark Rooney, looking great on the line, looking great online. Well, yeah, looking at the photograph, you are, Mark. Well done to all at Prescott. Really enjoyed the interview with Sean Gould. Thanks. Right, here comes our first car in the runoff. It's the Empire Wraith, driven by Charles Hall, qualified with a 38.02. He gets wheeled up to the line. Chock is placed behind the rear wheel and then is edged back to get an amber light on the starting gantry, which shows that he's lined up with the timing strut exactly on the line of the start. Revs go up, car shoots off for a 2.03, 64 feet, which is very quick indeed. Speed 98 under the bridge and heavy braking and a quick turn into Torres. It's amazing the way these modern hill climb cars change direction without being twitchy. Well, they are pretty twitchy actually. You have to get used to the grip available. Charles in the S's. He's setting a target time in the S's, 27.21. Now we'll see him round semicircle. Will it be in the 37s? Yes, it is. Great puff of dust after the finish. 37.83 is the kickoff speed time for Charles Hall, which is an improvement on the 38.02 with which he qualified. Second to come will be Lee Griffiths, and Lee didn't take part in the first runoff this morning, so he'll be very pleased to have qualified in a 38.32. And Lee is in a class in the timed runs of only 2 cars, class K3, which is for racing cars over 1600cc up to 2 litres with normally aspirated motorcycle engines and integrated gearbox. Whatever that might mean. Well, we kind of know what that means. And Ian Tucker and Lee Griffiths, both driving OMS 28s, make up this class. And Lee has got his into the runoff with a time of 38.32. Always in the runoff, we take our time. We're not hustling cars to come zooming up to the line like we do in the class runs, give people time to prepare themselves, prepare their car, maybe put a newer set of tyres on the car. Most teams keep a best set, if you like, for the top 12 runoff. So Lee is about to emerge. Here he comes out of the paddock. Will he do so? Does one long tyre cleaning burn up. He's running on Pirelli P0s. He's in the OMS with a 1700cc bike engine with an integrated gearbox, which gets him off the line in 2.09, so he's a touch behind Charles Hall, but he's quick round Orchard at 93. Sparks flying on the way up to Pardon, neatly around Pardon. He's not quite as quick as Charles so far, 2/10 behind at midway. Neat tidy round S's. It's a difficult corner to get right. Dropped 7/10 behind Charles, but Lee will be satisfied, I think, with the 38.47. Pops him into second place so far. He's going to be followed by Jonathan Varley in this lovely and such a clever little car, the GWR Predator, ultra lightweight, 300 and a bit kilos, but powered by a 2-litre TKD V8 engine squeezed into the back. From the side you could just see the spaghetti shape of the exhaust pipe. It's just a miracle of packaging. And today, Jonathan has broken the 2-litre record on 2 occasions. Slightly hesitant start, 2.03 would have been around the 2-second mark, but nevertheless, he's quick. 106 for this little car round Orchard. No dramas at Torres. No sparking on the way up to Pardon. Tiny little bit of a left front lock-up on the way into it, Torres, into Pardon, but no harm done. He's not quite as quick as Charles, but he's getting closer. He's equal at the semicircle. Now, can he get into the top slot? Well, it's a 37.85. And that puts Jonathan 2/100ths behind Charles with a 37.85 as opposed to the 37.83 of Charles Hall. Next up, Einon Price. Had a fairly slightly dramatic day yesterday when the car stalled or the engine stopped just after the line. No harm done, it was a small electrical failure. Everything's been fine today. Einon qualified with a 38.11. In this little Force TA 1600 high booster, he's quickest so far at 64 feet. Is he quickest at Torres and Pardon, which should very soon see? Yes, 400ths ahead of Charles. There's Einon. Now he's dropped 100th behind, so you see how close it is. Just incredible. What can he do on the way up to semicircle? Dropped a little bit more, 700ths. Can he make it up on the run to the finish? Nearly. Third place for Einon Price with a 37.89. Great run. 37.89, which is considerably quicker than his qualifying run of 38.11. Now, we saw Charles Hall in the Empire Wraith. Now, Zach Zammit, who is the majority owner of this car, lives on Malta. And it's great to see Zach over here in the UK. He's managed to escape. Qualified with a 37.62, which, if he repeats that, would put him in the lead for this runoff. 1.91, that is an incredible first 64 feet. And 99 miles an hour around Orchard. Touch of understeer, but harmless understeer. Editories. He's ahead by a quarter of a second. And Pardon, will he maintain or increase that lead? He increases it slightly at midway. 28 hundredths, 28 tenths. Now the S's dropped back a little bit, but at semicircle he's nearly half a second ahead and over the line with a 37.29. Brilliant run by Zach Zammit. That's him in the lead. Excellent run. Next up, Paul Hames, Gould GR59, blown Hayabusa engine, similar car to the one that David Warburton is going to come up in next. Paul qualified with the 37.41. He needs to beat that to get ahead of Zach's 37.29. Very carefully prepared start, 2.15, 64 feet. But 110 through the trap, 110 miles an hour, which means that after the trap he will have probably been doing about 115 as he entered Orchard. Nice and neat, tidy round. Pardon, he's 4 hundredths behind. Now he's 1.5 tenths ahead of our leader, Zach Zammit. Now it's shrunk to 4 hundredths. Come on, Paul, can you pop it into the lead? Yes, he can with the 37.26. 3 hundredths better time than Zach Zammit. Told you it was close. Now then, similar car in the hands of David Warburton. There are 3 of these 1300cc GR59s. Don't forget that we've got the maker of the Gould car, Sean Gould. And Sean will be our final runner in this runoff, hoping to better his own hill record of 35.41. Now what can David Warburton do? Well, he can go quickly, and he will. 10th in last year's, in 2019's championship. This is a good start. 2.2, not bad. Speed 102. No dramas. At Pardon, we'll see where he lies. He's just over a tenth behind our leader. And dropping a little bit further back. Now he's just about matching Paul's time and pops it into third place. Well done, David, with a 37.38. So Paul Hames leading with a 37.26, Zach Zammit with a 37.29, David Warburton with a 37.38, Charles Hall with a 37.83, Jonathan Varley. So everybody except Lee Griffiths is already in the 37s. Up comes Richard Spedding. And Richard's car is a little Raptor, rather like Jonathan Varley's car, but instead of the 2-litre V8, it's got a supercharged 1300cc Suzuki Hayabusa. But out of 1300cc, it's producing 450 horsepower in a car that weighs a little more than 300 kilos, quickest so far off the line in by 0.08 by 800ths. What can Richard do? Can he pop the little Raptor into the top spot? Well, he's increased his lead at Pardon, 3 tenths ahead. What about at midway? Same, 3 tenths, 3.4 tenths. And 2 guesses, it's increased to 0.43. 36.73 in the semicircle. This is a fantastic run by Richard Spedding. Wow, 36.31 for a 1300cc car. That is just stunning. Nearly a second faster than Paul Haynes. So Richard, it'll be a time to beat, 36.31. Absolutely terrific. Wallace Minges, our current champion, who won the first round, brings the GR59 with its 3.3 litre IndyCar engine to the line. Qualified for him a leisurely 36.77, if you can call that leisurely, but there was no need. He knew he would qualify. There's no point in going crazy in the class runs, but now's the time when he needs to put in a time in the 35s. I'm sure he's determined to do so. Quickest so far, 2.03 is a fantastic start, and it's 108 through the trap at Bridge. Now then, Wallace. No sparks through the dip, well, a little spark, and then into a terrific run through it. Torres, he's nearly half a second ahead already. He now is at midway, he is half a second ahead, he's more than half a second ahead at the S's. Dropped a fraction at the semicircle, it'll be in the 35s, it's a 35.75. Wow, for Wallace Minges. Puts him firmly in top spot, but remember, we've got Sean Gould, Alex Summers and Scott Moran to come. And this is Scott Moran really getting the hang of this GR59 that he shares with Graham Wynne. Graham confirms it's a really good relationship, helping each other in many ways. Scotty getting used to this car. He won the championship in his GR61, and this is a very different kettle of fish. 4 litre Judd engine, 1.97. That's traction off the line. That is incredible. And 112 at the Bridge track. All that 6 championship skills coming out. Dropped a little bit behind at Pardon. And a little bit more at midway, but should possibly get it back up to semicircle and finish. But he's dropping a little bit more. So it's a 36.38 that puts Scott into third place. 36.38. Just behind Richard Spedding, which highlights the time that Richard did in that little 1300cc car. Now then, Alex Summers. Getting used to the DJ Firestorm. It started when he first had this car with a V6 engine in the back. Now it's got the Cosworth XD producing north of 500 horsepower, getting on maybe for 600. Alex off the line. Quickest so far, 1.98, brilliant start, and 115. Quickest in this runoff so far through the speed trap at Bridge. Brilliant driver, Alex. It's in the genes of the family involved in hill climbing. He's 3/10 in the lead at the moment. Increases it a little bit at midway. 3/10. Now Estes has dropped back a touch to 2/10. Now it's only 100th ahead. Wow. Can he make it up? Not quite. 35.94. So 1.9 hundredths behind, tenths behind Wallace. He is. Now then, what can Sean do? Remember, he holds the record here with a time of 35.41. So driver and car are capable of popping this car into the top spot. He's facing a 35.75 from Wallace. We shall see. Beautifully controlled start. 1.83, that is stunning. 1.83 is terrific. 105 round bridge. No dramas, nice tight line at Tories. Maybe a couple of gear changes and then into Harden, but he's 900ths off the lead at the moment. Now he's ahead by just over a tenth. Can he consolidate that? Still a tenth of the S's. 300ths a semicircle. Couldn't be closer. Wow. Third place for Sean with a 35.99. Dropped it, or didn't drop it, lost the places after the S's. So, winner, Wallace Mingus, 35.75. Second, Alex Summers, 35.94. Third, Sean Gould, 35.99. Wow, it's close. Fourth, Richard Spedding, that was brilliant, 36.31. Fifth, Scott Moran, 36.38. Sixth, Paul Hames, a great run, 37.26. Seventh, Zach Zammit, Pride of Malta, 37.29. Eighth, David Warburton, 37.38. Ninth, Charles Hall, 37.83. 10th and final point scorer, Jonathan Varley in the Little Predator with a 37.85. Not scoring points but doing great runs. Einon Price, Force TA, 37.89. And Lee Griffiths with a 38.47. They leave Prescott with their pride intact. It's been a brilliant day. We haven't had a great number of spectators, but I'm sure they've enjoyed themselves. If you're watching online, very much hope that you've enjoyed watching the live stream from Prescott. We'll be back here again with a live stream on the 8th of August for the famous Vintage Sports Car Club meeting on a different course. They're on the short course, but even if you can't be here and enjoy the car parks full of vintage cars, you'll see some lovely cars on the hills. ERAs, Bugattis, Bentleys, Rileys, Austin 7s, just about the whole gamut of vintage cars. Many thanks to our organising team. It's been beautifully organised. Many thanks as always to our marshals and our officials. Thanks to my co-commentator Peter Hughes. This is Chris Druitt signing off. If you're still here in person, there's a prize giving which will take place in about half an hour's time down at the paddock exit. In the meantime, Chris Druitt, Peter Hughes signing off. We'll talk to you again in a couple of weeks' time for the vintage meeting. Goodbye. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hillclimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance to cover owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. And to find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.